3, 2, 1. Hello, friends, and welcome back to Toadathon 2020. There is no Zelda. There is only Toad, and today he's gonna save Hyrule. So yeah, welcome to Side Quest. This is Wind Waker Randomizer, and per the donations we had prior to the marathon, y'all decided that this long-legged abomination is our player battle, so I've chosen to embrace it. Let's get started. Toad. The extra A's are necessary. Toad is screaming. There he is, in all his glory. Hooray. We'll get used to it pretty quickly, I think.
Why, chat? Why?
Because the meme, Mags. Because the meme. So, Mags, would you like to explain... Oh. Did you just now look on stream?
No.
Why are we laughing?
Because I'm gonna be laughing for like 4 hours at this Toad. This is so cursed.
It is very. But to distract yourself from the cursedness, would you like to explain the incentives for this run?
Yeah, chat. So if you didn't know, Trina and I both happen to be librarians, and we are here to help you guys find some really great book recommendations. So in our normal day-to-day lives, public libraries feel strongly about giving out book recommendations for free, but today they will not be for free. So if you would like to hear about a good book that you might enjoy, what we call in the trade a book talk, that is a $20 donation. For a $40 donation, we will give a fictional book talk of your choice, which means you give us a title. It could be a made-up title, it could be something that we've never heard of, and Trina or I will do our very best to BS our way through it and talk up that book as if we were going to sell it to you right off the shelf. And then, if we reach a grand total in this segment of $500 raised for direct relief, Trina's got something cool cooked up for you guys.
Yes, if you folks follow Wind Waker speedrunny stuff at all, somewhat recently, there was a tool that was developed. Why are you not? Yes, let me talk to this person. There was a tool developed for people who do 100% runs to be able to handle sploosh kaboom without relying too heavily on RNG. Also, I'm just now realizing I can't hear donations. But yeah, and I'm not a speedrunner, so I can't quite do that to the fullest extent that it's supposed to be used, but I can still show it off a little bit. Sorry, I am making a sound change real quick. You guys can apparently hear donation sounds, but I would like to hear them too, because I saw Monica tried to do me a fright, and it did not work, and I want her to try again. Small children. No. Other small child.
Would it be alright if I got through some of these donations?
Yes, please.
Yeah, alright. So during the break, we actually had a $20 donation from Mitch and Kelly P. Thank you very much for your donation. OMG, it's Monica donated her very classic already, 1505, which we apparently didn't hear, so sorry about that. Saying, ready to watch a long-leggedy boy save Hyrule. Thank you very much, Monica. We also had a 1020 from Spirit of Water Montaru saying, Zeldathon. Yes, thank you.
Correct. Well, sort of. Well, we are actually playing Zelda. This is one of the more Zeldathon side quest segments we have in this marathon. They're all good. No, this child is not supposed to be this good. He's juking me.
Hey, Trina.
Yes.
Do you have the ability to bump up Discord audio chat saying that we're all pretty quiet?
Should be able to. Nope, not the game. Is that better? Please inform chat.
Can you hear us now?
Hello. Can hear. Also, I officially don't have a chat monitor. Help.
Oh no.
We got you. MC says need more.
Need more.
Power.
I guess we're all very soft.
If I snick right up on my mic, is that okay?
That is fine by me. I could actually, like, add a source, maybe. At this point, I'm just, like, turning up my own volume and turning down Wind Waker by comparison. I don't know if that's how this works. Help. Welcome to the true Trina Tech experience.
So while we're still dealing with a little bit of tech issues, I hope you guys can hear me because we do still have 2 more donations. There was a second 1020 from Spirit of Water Montaro saying, I've come to bargain. I bargain that these 2 count as a book talk.
You know what? Sure. Sure, just so we can get started talking about the books. I can also drop my own audio of it if that might help. I don't know.
Chat is recommending Trina try right-clicking on each of us and seeing if you can bump up our individual levels.
I think Max, I already have you at max. I will.
Oh no.
I bumped up Ilya though.
Venus recommends 150% or so.
I have you at a 200, Max.
All right.
Wait, I didn't finish doing hide and seek. Multitasking is hard, guys.
We also
Sure
have
is.
a $10 donation from Kagamine. Oh boy. Sorry about messing up the name. There's no comment, but thank you very much for your $10.
What's he got for us?
Book talks, hey?
Yes. Okay, so if you guys want us to like, recommend something similar to another book or like a specific genre, go ahead and mention that in your comment. If you do not, we will just pick something we like. So which one of us wants to go first, Max?
Was there anything specific, or is it just a specific donation? Sorry, I was trying to work the tech support.
I don't think they specified. I think it was just please book talk.
All right. Well, what's a good book I've been reading recently?
Oh, there's book.
You know, I have been reading the His Dark Materials books that I just hopped back into. I read them as a kid. You start with The Golden Compass by Philip Pullman. It is a beautiful story about a young girl named Lyra and her companion, technically called a demon. You learn more about him as the book goes on, but it's kind of one of the big mysteries of the book is what exactly is this animal shapeshifter thing that's her constant companion throughout the whole story. It can read her thoughts. They have conversations together. His name's Pantaleimon. He's pretty cool. And so these two are always getting into trouble, climbing towers, starting wars in between the children of the town they live in. And eventually they wind up going on this really magical, mystical journey to chase down Lyra's father and a friend of hers who is kidnapped. And along the way, they begin to learn more and more about the relationship between a human and their demon and the power of that connection. And really, it speaks a lot to the power of the human soul. And it's a very, very interesting, awesome book that grows with you as you get older. And to wrap up that, I have a recommendation from MC. Recommends that Trina, you turn up your Windows volume mixer all the way, and also desktop audio on OBS. We can always turn down the game event individually after.
Okay. Is there a way for me to turn up my Windows volume all the way while still having ear cells at the end of this? I'll try, like... I'll try doing 3/4. I'm not sure I can go much higher than that. But hopefully that works.
Okay.
It's not easy. You can turn down the output on your headphones.
Oh, Trevino, are you in
turn
here?
it off on your headphones without
Oh no, it's Redsum.
stuff that's going through the streaming program.
I'll just live with it being loud for now. Okay. Did anyone see what the children gave me?
MC says if your headphones don't have their own volume, it's going to be difficult.
Okay, well...
Hey Trevino, we're working on some audio mixing issues.
Yeah, no, yeah. Do you need me something?
I don't know, do you have any ability to turn our, like, overall audio out up?
I don't think I can, because I'm pretty sure on our end, I have y'all maxed out.
I didn't talk to her.
audio-wise.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
Did I actually talk to her? What did she give me? Help!
I see Oryx Slayer in chat saying their Damon looks like the toad on the screen right now, thanks to COVID.
Oh boy.
It's beautiful. I hope your demon settles in a more pleasant form soon, friend.
I also have not read his Dark Materials since, like, 6th grade. I only...
Oh, it's beautiful. You get more out of it every time you read the series, because you're a little bit older and you know a little bit more about metaphysics and theology.
Did they start, like, because there was the movie a while back that was very meh, but didn't they, like, isn't there a BBC series? Or, like, about to be a BBC series?
I believe it's HBO.
Oh, HBO, okay.
Yeah, I haven't watched it yet, but I've heard it's pretty good.
Guys, I have chat. Everyone thank Redsum.
Woo!
Yay!
Maybe get it 9
Oh.
dropped.
So according to Google, there is both a BBC series and an HBO series.
Oh, huh.
Or they could be the same one. I can't really tell.
Cool.
Oh.
Well, thank you for that donation. Whoever donated for that. That was fun. I love those books. Talk about them all the time.
Okay, I'm gonna take a second. We're gonna have to sit tight for a couple minutes while we wait for a girl to run around the island. So I'm gonna talk a little bit about the randomizer for a sec, just because it's, you know, lots of people have played Wind Waker, but not everyone has played with the Wind Waker randomizer. So as per most Zelda randomizers and randomizers in general, all the same items in the game, just in different locations, and obviously you can change your player model. I specifically am using the settings for the seed that the community uses for races. So this is a tournament level seed that's supposed to be beatable in under 4 hours. This is the plan. The items we need can only be in dungeons, in puzzle caves, the mail, free gifts, short side quests, and a couple other ones that escape me at the moment. But what is also used in races is there's a race mode which prioritizes important items being put as dungeon rewards, but only in 4 of them. I'm going to real quick pull this up. So, looking at the map right now, the swirls are around the 4 dungeons we will need to beat this game. So, right off the bat, nothing that we need is in Tower of the Gods, and nothing that we need is in Forbidden Forest. But everything else, we have to finish those dungeons at the very least for the 4 Triforce pieces we need, because we start the game with 4 Triforce pieces. And then we'll also need all the sword upgrades, all the bow upgrades, and hookshot and boomerang, I believe, to beat the game. So we will see how long it takes to find those. And Mila is on her way. Here we go. Stop, thief. Blah, 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 blah.
Can't stop looking at Toad's legs.
The power of the legs compel you. That would be really nice if I was doing a run where purchases were important. And while we were doing this Toad-themed run, as a reminder, we do have a couple Toad secret sounds. We have the one we've had for a bit, which is the $24 from Super Mario Sunshine, with Toad, being like, "Oh no, this icky sticky paint." So that is the more affordable of our two Toad noises. Or if you got the big bucks to drop, you can donate $202.40, and we will once again hear Laura the Toad and Travia serenade us with Snake Eater. Hello, what do you have, sir? I like that. Grappling hook is a good item. That's actually a vanilla drop. That's surprising. Or no, it's not. He gives you... I always think it is. He talks about the grappling hook. It should be in a vanilla drop. No, I wasn't trying to talk to you again. Go away. But please donate more so we can talk about books more.
Who are we donating to today, Trina?
We are donating to Direct Relief. Direct Relief is a charity that provides medical aid and supplies to over 80 countries and the entirety of the United States. And yeah, they, medical stuff is a thing that you need. Everyone needs medical help at some point in their life, no matter who you are, no matter where you live. And not everyone has easy access to that, and Direct Relief, wants to do something about that.
Yep, they're currently responding to the COVID-19 pandemic by distributing that PPE, personal protective equipment, across the globe to where it's needed most urgently. They're also currently responding to the explosions in Beirut, I believe, and just all over the world. Here in the US, everywhere else, they're providing much needed aid. When you donate to Zeldathon, 100% of your money goes directly to Direct Relief. Not to us, to Direct Relief.
Correct.
Thank you.
It should also be mentioned that for every $1 that you guys donate, Direct Relief can turn that into $40 worth of medical supplies. So every $1 is actually $40.
Hashtag efficiency. Oh boy, it's a pearl. Remember how I don't need to get into the Tower of the Gods? Although that one, at least, Ferrari's Pearl unlocks a single check in the form of the letter from Kamali's dad. How do I get out? Help. So that one, at least, is not entirely useless. The other two will be, though. I swear there's a... There it is. Hello. Please render unto me my mail. What? Oh, I have 2 because I got the wallet. Please, please take this thing. What is this thing? Okay, this is a really good seed. I'm getting lots of items. What would you like to buy? These things I totally would need to fight the game.
It's moving!
It's moving! I can't do a Toad voice. I'm sorry. Bleh. Bleh, I say. Do not need.
A $20 or $24 donation from Jant099. There's no comment, but thank you so much.
$24. That's enough for a book talk.
Your turn.
Uh-huh, I got it. Okay. This, first, I'm not book talking Sanderson, because then all of my book talks would be Sanderson, and that's not fair to other authors, but I will just say straight off the bat, Brandon Sanderson if you enjoy fantasy. But no, the series I actually want to talk about is the Temeraire series by Naomi Novik, which, okay, it's like historical fantasy. It's the Napoleonic Wars, and it's completely our own world, except dragons. And not just dragons, like, intelligent dragons, that then, like, get used as, like, flying warships, basically, in the war. So on the one hand, you have the Napoleonic Wars being fought with dragons. On the other hand, you have the, like, main dragon of the series who discovers over time that dragons are treated differently in different parts of the world, and the way that Britain treats its dragons, the main characters being British, is not great. So the series also turns into this, like, dragon abolitionist movement, and it's very fascinating. The dragons are really fun characters in themselves. They're like, I think of them as being a cross between a cat and a toddler. Just like, not quite always grasping the why of things that humans do, but also just very, like, possessive and territorial, but also adorable. And yes, please read Temeraire.
And thank you for your donation to Direct Relief.
I am a huge fan of these book talks.
Ilya, have you been reading anything good lately?
I have a bunch of different books started. I feel kind of bad about that, actually.
Mood.
Cause
That's a mood.
oh gosh.
I like to have a different book going for different moods.
Yeah, that's fair. I find that I'll get about halfway through a book and then I want to know what happens next, but I don't want to have to read everything, so I will spoil myself by looking up spoilers. Because, like,
oh no!
Because generally, if I'm looking up, like, oh, a random side character, oops, they're actually really important. But, I will do that, and then I'll find out something really big, and either I'll get really excited about it and want to keep reading, or I'll be like, oh, wait, maybe I'll just pause on that for a little bit, and then I'll end up starting a new book.
I definitely spoiled a moment in Hunger Games for myself, only because I wanted to look up, like, I wanted to see what the character looked like. And I'm like, okay, there's art on the wiki page. I'll just load that up and look at the image, and that will be it. Directly under the image, there was information about the family, and this was Katniss's page, and there was a detail about one of the members of her family in that thing, and I went, well, crud.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. Never check wikis, even for little things. Also, I also have to make sure, like, I hold up on, like, if I really like something and I'm like, ooh, I wonder what fanfic there is for something. Wait until you're done. I think I also spoiled, not a book, but I think I spoiled the big reveal of Danganronpa for myself. Because, of course, they, like, mentioned it in the summary of one of the fics, and I went, why would you do this? Why are you like this?
Oh, I just thought of a series. I think I am partway through the 4th book in the series. Let me just double check who the author is. So the Lunar Chronicles by
Yes!
Meyer.
Yes!
Yes.
Meyer, M-E-Y-E-R, not, whereas Stephanie Meyer is M-A-Y-E-R. But yes!
Yeah. I am very big into young adult novels and fantasy and fairy tales, and that just happens to coincide with all 3. But at the same time, even though, like, a really good fairy tale retelling is the kind of thing that you can read, even though, like, technically you should know what's going to happen, but you don't know what's going to happen. And
yeah, no, that one is, yeah, that's good enough about deviating from just, especially since they all, you know, take place in the same universe. Like, if you're reading a book that's just, you know, Beauty and the Beast reimagined, you're like, okay, well, this is probably going to stick close-ish, but, like, when you have, what is it, Cinderella and Snow White and Rapunzel and whichever one I'm forgetting to say, happening in the same world, like, there's gonna have to be some liberties.
Yeah. Oh, Red Riding Hood, that's the other one.
There we go, thank you.
I would just like to point out that there are no ages for books, you know? Like, we have to group things by, like, the people who are most likely to like them, just so people can find good content for kids and teens and stuff like that. But, like, if you like reading YA, there is no shame in that game.
Correct.
Read it.
Yeah.
It's just because target audience is not the same thing as only audience.
Like, some of the
Correct.
most popular book series in the world are either geared toward groups of 9 to 12 or young adults.
C, Harry Potter.
Ooh, Maeve, yes. Ender books, so good. Maeve just read Speaker for the Dead.
Oh, that, I mean, that is, I think, widely regarded as the best of the Ender books.
Ooh.
You do definitely, like, so I do like both, people are gonna get bonus book stocks, oh well. I do like both Ender's, like, series and Beans. You just have to go in realizing that Beans are going to be a very different creature. Like, on the one hand, you have, like, intergalactic philosophy type issues. On the other, you have Earth politics.
Probably not getting great games though, by the way.
Chat really wants to break Kinstone.
I,
Chat, if y'all want to break Kinstone, there's no limit that says you can't.
we will not stop you.
We will not stop you.
Since it's I mean, we could try 405, we could try 410, or
We could try
420.
pod.
Hey, and you know, while you guys are gearing up your donations for 420, as you should also tell us what your favorite book is, because we are talking about books, and I like books. Trina likes books.
Books.
Chillimax likes books.
Books are okay.
Chillimax is okay with books.
You know what else is great? Video games. What are you playing right now, Trina?
I am pretending to play Wind Waker, except I'm skipping everything. Okay, that is going that way. The beautiful part about randomizers is, you know, you get stuff out of order, oftentimes that means you're like, I could do this dungeon the way it was intended, or I have this item and now I can skip all the things. Although I do have to do this bomb the traditional way. I don't have bombs or the power bracelets, but it is very nice when you're just like, nope, bye. It is Toadwaker, you're right. I mean, he still has the power to control the wind. The legend.
I think it's actually the curse of Toad. Wind broken.
The best curse, though, because he summons donations for charity.
He does something. I don't know, man.
I'm just saying, it took a lot of donations to get him here. I forgot to tell the game I have keys.
Oh no.
I have keys. Please acknowledge.
According to the Onion, about 40 minutes ago, Toad is dead. So
What?
sorry, everyone.
Fake news! This is not a pre-recorded marathon, we swear.
Oh, we are most definitely doing it live. Most definitely.
Okay. So, I've run out of keys, and this is a locked door. This is the one bit that throws off, I think, most randomizer, like, newcomers the most. For some reason, Dragon Roost is very, very fond of, actually, you know what, it's faster if I save and quit and come back in, of making you do a specific sequence break in order to get all the, nope, I was supposed to say no, to get all the keys that you need. And in just a second here. So normally, you know, you get your 4 keys, you go around, beat up, you save medley, and then you go down and through some lava, and you finally get to the place where the boss key is. I don't mind beating these guys up again. Or we can take a shortcut. In fact, we are required to take a shortcut because of how the thing's distributed. Also, I'm sorry, guys. I don't know how long this toad hat can stay on my head. It's slipping. Mixing bowls were not meant to be worn on top of headphones, as it turns out. Okay. There's even a sign here. Like, this sign does not exist in the original game. And it's just an arrow. And it says, over there. And you're like, over there? Why over there? And you're like, oh yeah, there's a little cavern back there that normally you slash a platform and make it fall, and I went too late! Oh no! But yeah, usually you Deku Leaf over. Sometimes you do not have the Deku Leaf and you have to use the Ice Arrows instead. But this is the thing that the game is going to make me do, and now I have to go back because I wasn't patient. Oh no. If this was pre-recorded, I would be doing better than this.
You're doing great, Trina. I believe in you.
Thanks. Okay. It's a very small window. I have to go as soon as the fire disappears. Hope.
So, oh.
Did it. We're good.
We had a $9.20 donation from Argetlum saying that I'm a big fan of the Discworld series of books, particularly the Death sub-series. Of that bunch, my favorite will probably always be Reaper Man.
Argetlum bringing his own book talk to the game. I love it. Thank you for sharing.
I have sadly only read Guards of the Pratchett stuff, and I feel bad about that.
I read the first Discworld, and it was a hoot. That is a very silly set of books.
They are fantastic.
I love a nice deconstruction of a genre. Know what I mean?
Oh yeah, for sure. That definitely qualifies. I'm trying to think of other book series that are deconstructions of their given genre.
Me too.
Fight me, you fool. Come at me, bro. Stop this. There we go. Oh look, it's a small key! Yeah! What a surprise. And now I have to save and quit and come back in, because I don't have a way back, because I don't have the platform I was supposed to use. This is really the only dungeon where you end up doing stuff like that. Okay. Onward. Actually, it's pretty unusual that you're able to do the entirety of the first dungeon, like, once you come in. Like, the fact that I got grappling hook that early on is pretty rare, but very appreciated, because it means I don't have to do as much backtracking. Although, you know what, I take that back. I won't need to backtrack to beat the dungeon. I may need to backtrack if I run out of places to check, because if you've played Wind Waker, even if you played Wind Waker, you might not know about these chests, because there was, so Tingle in vanilla gives you the, Tingle, what is it, I forgot what it's called, the Tingle Tuner, which allows you to connect a Game Boy Advance to your GameCube, and Tingle will tell you about things, and he can bomb spots for you and cause chests to appear, and then there are these, like, statues in them, but those chests exist in the randomizer, and probably do not have statues. And you don't need the Tingle Tuner to use them, but you do need bombs to make them appear. We do not have bombs yet. So hopefully there's nothing in those that I need, but there might be. Adverb. Case in point, that check did not contain a key, and I'm out of keys. And there's actually 2 Tingle chests in this dungeon, and one of them is right by where we got the big key, which means that's where the second small key is, which means we cannot complete this dungeon right now. We will have to come back when we get bombs. Oops.
Let me know if this gets too loud for you.
That doesn't affect it on my end, just for them.
Okay.
That might be too much. We shall see. Okay, we've messed with audio a little bit more. Please. Oh yeah, I forgot! Betsy, I forgot about that. I've gotten used to it. Yeah, so when people make custom models for Wind Waker, like, I mean, they still have to, an extent, function the same way as Link's model, which is why Toad has to have long legs. But his hat is Link's hair, and just as Link's hair moves in the wind, Toad's head moves in the wind. It wiggles.
Unreal.
It's not okay. Like most of this model, it's not okay. I am Toad.
You're not okay? Oh. You're cosplaying as Toad.
Yes.
Got it.
But also he is probably slowly taking me over. Please help.
No.
Okay. Now we did at least get the Picto Box from the Bird's Nest, which does unlock 3 checks on Windfall. Oh no, we made you too powerful. We are fixing. Just minimize Discord. Live tech support, go!
Isn't it so nice to have in-house tech support?
It is. So we have the Picto Box, and now Lenzo, the pictograph man, is going to decide that we are a friend that can be trusted. And then we are going to demolish that trust by robbing him and blackmailing him. Hello. You do have to talk to, like, because we need to get into his upstairs, which we can reach from the Ferris wheel, but that door is locked until you talk to him with the Picto Box. I think I've heard that that's a tweak that is planned for the next update of the randomizer, is that they're going to try to unlock the door as soon as you get the box without talking to him, just for a bit of convenience. But it's not... All things told, this is a pretty polished randomizer. I think they're on version 1.8. And, like, the tracker is pretty straightforward about where stuff is, how you get to it. I forgot to turn the windmill on. I'm good at this game. So I may be biased because I like Wind Waker, but if you're wanting to try out a Zelda randomizer for the first time, I think Wind Waker is a good one to start with. The open world format, I think, just lends itself very well to, you just started and you already have like 10 checks you can look at without having anything. Okay, now we can break into his house.
So we got an early 420 donation from Dolphin. Not enough for a book talk, but maybe a brief discussion on other forms of reading material like manga, visual novels, or light novels. And maybe a recommendation to talk about a microwave time machine and mad scientist.
That was a lot for a single $4.20 donation.
Okay, to get it out of the way, yes, Steins Gate is good. You should... I have not played Steins Gate, but I have watched the anime, and it's very good. Watch the dub. That is what they are referencing. But yeah, no, like, graphic novels light novels are more of a Japanese thing, but like manga and graphic novels are becoming more recognized as legitimate forms of literature. For instance, you all may be familiar with the Newbery Prize, which is the award that the American Library Association gives out to what they consider to be the best written children's book, basically, of the last year. And the 2020 Newbery Award went to a graphic novel. That was the first time this happened. So clearly librarians think that this is a legit form of books. And I do absolutely still hear parents, like, not talking to me, but talking to their kid, you know, implying if, like, kid gets a graphic novel, they're really excited about it, and you're like, no, you need to pick a real book, or you need to pick a real book too, and I'm like, it is a real book, but I have to be nice.
Amen.
I have to be nice.
If you can do the 420 train thing, it's 2 minutes per hour.
Okay.
Yeah, push that along.
Chat really wants this train,
I would
basically.
say, we're 2 minutes out, yeah? 420 train? Let's make it happen, guys.
Heck yeah.
And don't forget, there are still some, quote, file names. They're not all actually file names, but things that you can put your donations toward. When you're in the donation window, they'll be there under the drop down. For instance, the second of the Musician Sprint Challenge games will be chosen after this segment, actually. Whichever game, we already have Hollow Knight, so people will be making Hollow Knight covers. whichever game is next in the lead on that tracker will have guaranteed songs from as soon as this run is done. So if you want to hear, I think Yakuza 0 and Pokemon Black and White were in the lead, like were the closest ones last I saw. So if one of those sounds good, you should put your donation toward it.
What do you guys want? I want Kingdom Hearts. That's my favorite.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
I'd say I threw one into Stardew Valley early because I was just trying to think of like not quite as common, but stuff I definitely still like music from. But honestly, anything these people make will be good.
So true.
All right, we're real close to 420, guys. I hope you have your. I hope you've already filled out the form and that you're just waiting to hit that confirm button on PayPal.
Extra nice. Let's run train on 420. Choo choo.
Oh, we will. Go, 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 go. By the time you hear this, it will already be slightly past. But go, 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 go.
Go, 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 go.
Once again, I forgot to pay attention to what they gave me. Probably wasn't anything important.
Click that link that Twister just put in chat. Find out some more of our super cool secret sounds.
What am I doing? Check.
Here we go. Train's leaving the station, y'all.
Aw, yeah.
All aboard for the 420 Express.
Where's the 420 Express headed?
All the way to Danktown? I don't know.
To charity.
To charity. This train's never stopping.
I am very, very glad that they programmed Swift Sail into the randomizer, but it does mean I don't get to hear Ocean Theme as much. So, tough trades. 420 is not a secret sound because then you would use no other secret sounds, let's be honest.
Yeah, the thing with secret sounds is that they have to be, like, a certain level so they don't get spammed, like, a crazy amount. Rihanna is correct. $1 donations do help keep the train alive. I don't know, chat. I don't know. How high do you think you can get this train? It's already in danger.
Oh no! The beam train!
Save the train.
Save the beam train! Please.
Such a meme. Oh. Oh! At 0 hour, the train was saved.
Oh, don't scare me like that. Please.
Honestly, chat, this is your train. So, if you want to see this go all the way to 420, we're gonna have to put in a lot of love and attention to get this one all the way.
Another very important randomizer strat. If you have short side quests turned on and you have the delivery bag, then you need to do the first 2 trades of the Goron stuff to get what would normally be the magic armor from Zunari. And this is the only Goron that will do both of the trades basically at once. Okay, I do have to talk to him first. No, keep it. So I'm gonna be like, hey, look at this nice white flower. Aw.
What if we could incentivize this train for y'all? Like if we make it to every 20 donations total, we'll reveal a librarian secret of the trade.
The dirty secrets.
Yeah. We'll get ourselves banned from the library guild. It'll be worth it.
No, I just got my certification from the Indiana State Library.
Oh, no.
So short-lived.
It'll be worth it for charity. So come on, chat, keep those donations coming, and we will tell you some secrets. And like, honestly, if you haven't been in a public library recently, well, not many people have just because of the way things are right now. But like in the past few years,
Even in the before times.
there's some things in the before times. There are some things that we could tell you about the things that we see working in libraries.
Oh, I wasn't sure if we were going for the, like, things patrons do, or the libraries don't look like, 20th century libraries anymore. But we can do both.
We could do both. We'll see how quickly we run out of the trade secrets. But you're not going to hear any secrets if you let this train die, y'all.
Oop, I missed it.
Would it be alright if I start going through some of these?
Yes, please.
Okay. So we had 420 from Jant 099, no comment, thank you so much. 420 from Tito, no comment, thank you very much. 420 from Rihanna was here saying already broke my budget, so might as well. Thank you very much. Don't break your budget too hard now. Blah blah blah. Oh goodness. Okay. Talking is hard today apparently. 420 from Pendle Steven. Second 420 of the day. Not sure why I donated one a few hours ago, but we're probably not sure either, but thank you very much. Spirit of Water Montaru donated 420. The books I have just finished were the Avatar Kyoshi novels by F.C. Yee. If you like Avatar or young adult fantasy novels, pick them up. Didn't know there were Avatar Kyoshi novels, so
Yeah,
that's really cool.
They're somewhat recent. I don't know if my library actually has them, but I need, if we don't, I need to get us to get them so that I can read them.
There was a $1 donation from Futuristic Gamer, just saying break it. Thank you so much. 2 more dollar donations from Jant. Thank you very much.
One more donation to hear a secret. Come on, chat.
440 from Pendle Stevens saying I'm honest. Thank you very much for your donation. We had a very nice 6968 saying, where's my vacation boy? This Toad Link is cursed, and anyone giving this boy a smooch will feel the 420.
Why are people giving Toad smooches? I have larger concerns.
Thank you very much for your donation. Oh, that was from MJ Evans, by the way. I completely forgot. I'm sorry. 1010 from 71 Gum. Thank you very much for your donation. A 420 from Phil saying, my favorite book of all time is American Gods by Neil Gaiman.
Good choice.
Gaiman is also one that I have not... I think Good Omens might be the only Gaiman book I've read, and obviously that was also part Pratchett, so a readers to read list is never done, but a librarian's is especially never done.
It's so true. The fun thing about Neil Gaiman is he is so prolific, but also so diverse in the type of books that he writes, that if you walk into a library and ask a librarian where to find the Neil Gaiman books, they're going to be pointing in 5 different directions, because he's got children's books, he's got graphic novels, he's got comic books, he's got adult books, he's got audiobooks. He reads his own audiobooks and his voice is like butter. So if you like audiobooks, check him out for sure. Oh crap, but that was a free recommendation. Go ahead, Ilya.
No, it's fun. We had $3 from Pink Penguin saying $3 donations are cool. They sure are cool. And a $9 from Kiros saying my favorite book, Phantom Tollbooth.
Phantom Tollbooth is so underrated.
Never heard of it myself, so I'll have to check it out, I suppose.
Oh gosh, how do you even describe Phantom Tollbooth? Like, Alice in Wonderland, if it was based on, like, math and literature concepts? Like,
Oh, interesting.
like that's the best thing I can think of.
And that was the end of our donation train.
Oh.
Oh.
Did they earn at least one
Womp womp.
secret?
They did get to one single secret.
Oh, what's the biggest? I feel like weeding is the biggest secret. Like the dirty little secret.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Tell us about weeding, Trina.
So there's always more books coming out all the time, right? And you want your library to have the new books. Guess what? That means we gotta get rid of books sometimes.
All the time.
Lots of the time.
Every day.
I mean, copies get beat up, and things spilled on them, and other gross things that involve children sometimes. But even if they're not necessarily beat up, like, if a book hasn't been checked out in 2 years, we're not going to keep it, like, we're not going to be like, oh, but what if in another 2 years someone wants to read it? When we could fill that space on the shelf with a newer book that, like, 50 people will read.
And to be clear, we're talking about popular libraries specifically right now, rather than like reference libraries. There's a difference in purposes.
Yes, archival libraries do hold on to things forever because their intent is to be like museums, but that's not what public libraries are for. That is why interlibrary loan exists. Why libraries will be like, hey, this patron wants this book and we don't have it, but you have it. Will you lend it to us so we can lend it to them? And that is, I think that's starting to sort of come back up. That did have to be put on hold initially during quarantine. But yeah, like, if there's a book you really want that's really hard to find, like, we'll do our absolute best to work with other libraries to get it. But we cannot keep all books on the shelf of every library. It's an unfortunate fact of life.
It's also really satisfying. That's the dirty librarian secret, is we love pulling old books off of a shelf and getting rid of them and then looking at a nice, clean shelf. The perfect shelf is about halfway full because then the other half is full of promise. Promise of new books, promise of books to get checked out, promise of books to find their ways into the hands of any human who could relate to the stories and find something magical inside of them to open up new worlds to them. Oh crap, did I just pop off about books again?
And
Can't
that's
imagine
kind of
why that
what
would
we're here
happen.
for. But still got a bunch of donations to go through. Let me just double check. 1, 2, 3. So there are 3 more Jant 099 donations. There was a $15.05, a $10.10, and a $3. So thank you very much for your donations. There's also $5 from Ori. Thank you very much. Another $4.20 from Pendle Steven. Thank you very much. A Shoop 631 from CPP Chris, saying choo choo. Thank you very much for joining our train. We had a 440 from Pendle Steven saying that I like this sound actually. I wish I knew what the sound was because I can't hear them right now.
What was the donation amount?
440?
Oh, I know that I can hear them now. I don't remember what it was, and I think it is a newer sound. Frosty asked what we do with the weeded books. If it's a case of it just wasn't checking out, but it's in perfectly good condition, most libraries, you will notice, have little bookstores, and it'll say it's run by friends of the library, and that's where a lot of those usually go. That combined with, when you yourself are like, hey, I have all these books, does the library want them? That's usually where those go. Otherwise, if they're beat up, we recycle them. You don't want them. They're falling apart. They have just this anonymous grunge that all library good books develop after about 6 months, and I don't know what it's composed of, and I don't want to know. No one wants those.
It's so true.
Yeah.
Y'all don't want to know what I've seen in the bottom of my book drop. Take that as you will.
Gross.
It's definitely not the gross. It's definitely not the grossest thing that I've found on library materials. For some reason, one thing that sticks in my head is one time when someone returned like 10 CDs, and it was like this sweet smell, but slightly off. And I don't drink, so it took me a second. I was like, "Is this beer?" And yes, the other librarians decided it was beer. So someone just spilled beer on these CD cases and was like, well, guess I'm returning them anyway.
Guys,
Thanks.
listen. I know that sometimes you check out a book from the library and something happens. Like, shit happens. We know. We understand. But the problem is when you try to hide the nasty things you've done to library materials. We promise we don't judge. Just bring them back, but like bring them back inside a plastic bag, all tied up. Own your shame. We've all had to do it.
Or
tell the librarians
if you know
what happened.
If you know it's beyond help, like if your kid puked on it, don't bring it in. Just tell us what happened and we'll help you pay for it. We don't want to see it. Please just throw it out. Spare us that.
Honestly, depending on the day, we might not even make you pay for it. We just really appreciate the honesty, okay?
So we had $1 from Tyler Ness saying, soak that toad. He looks severely moist at the moment, so should be good.
Why does he? He is a dry boy. Don't you make this worse than it is.
Okay. Then we had 1505 from Oryx saying that the best sci-fi/fantasy books I've ever read were the Immortal Engine series. The books were written before the young adult genre got tropified and actually pushed back against many of the tropes that developed. The books grew with their audience, becoming more mature across the four. I cried when I read the last chapter because it was so beautiful. This is a common occurrence, according to the web. I cried again when they developed the movie, since it eviscerated the first book and reinserted all the tropes. The movie does not exist. That, however, was 6 years ago. Right now I'm listening to history audiobooks on British India. Okay, if the media somehow has not ruined your favorite book, you're a lucky person.
You know what? The Lord of the Rings movies were good.
So good. Best example of a adaptation done well.
Right. Like, yes, they still had... I'm sorry they couldn't include Tom Bombadil. I like Tom Bombadil too, but, like, they made the best decisions they could for the constraints of time that media requires.
And, like, the very best adaptations don't not only like subtract in a thoughtful way, but also use the transformation of the new media in order to actually augment the story and add more. So like when you think of Lord of the Rings, what's the first thing you hear? You hear the soundtrack, because the soundtrack is incredible. It's such a beautiful use of sound and the visuals. It's an incredible adaptation.
There's Rohan, and here come the violins. Ah.
Oh boy, I am not getting any further down in this donation list.
Oh, sorry, Ilya. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. Like, I love stopping to talk about books because that's what all these donations are. And I'm just so happy to see so many people donating and enjoying books. I might not be a librarian, but books are dang cool. So going back to it, we have $5 from Alex Rex. Norse mythology read by Neil Gaiman. Amazingly entertaining. There's Neil Gaiman again. Then there is a 1010 from, oh boy, Garanas I believe. I apologize if that's not how you pronounce the name, but they would like us to know that the Phantom Tollbooth is the kid-friendly version of Joseph Heller's Catch-22, another book I've never heard of. But
Catch-22 is one of those books that seems to show up on a decent number of like high school reading lists. Mine didn't, and I have never actually bothered looking up what the plot line is. I would not have. I think I confuse it with Catch Me If You Can, which I realize is a completely different thing. But, TIL.
yeah, it certainly never showed up on my high school reading list either.
Okay, Max, I have to ask, because I'm curious if this is more true of librarians than other people. Did you actually enjoy the vast majority of the books you had to read for school?
For library school or school?
For, like, high school.
Yes.
Okay.
With some notable exceptions, but I also had some really good English teachers who encouraged me to, like, be with my feelings. Like, they taught me, and I tell this to every kid I've ever seen in the library. It's okay to not like something, but you gotta tell me why you don't like it.
I did not like Sound and the Fury because...
Oh my god, me neither!
Because stream of consciousness is hard to understand, and when the subject matter is really depressing, I'm not super motivated to understand it.
Yeah, I have tried 2 Faulkner books, and I hated them both, which makes me feel like a very bad Southerner, but it is what it is, y'all. I just can't hang with it.
I think that was about the only high school book I didn't like, though. I liked Scarlet Letter. I know that's one that people often do not like.
Yeah, a lot of kids in my class hated on it, but I didn't hate it.
Oh, that was Stickbug. I forgot we were adding Stickbug.
I'm so happy we actually added Stickbug. Okay, we have $5 from... Oh, I don't think I've ever said this name out loud either before. I'm so sorry. Bob Billu? I'm sorry. Okay, I need to say this. Favorite series of all time, the Spice and Wolf light novels. It's so weird and niche, but it's so good. Well, I do know that there's a lot of people who like the Spice and Wolf anime, so I'm going to assume that the books are also just as good.
I bought Spice and Wolf anime series at Gen Con like 3 years ago, and we still haven't watched it. I feel bad.
Oh no.
I do know that, like, the English dub, the male main character is the same guy who is the English VA for the main character of Steins Gate. A little less dramatic, like, fake madman, but...
That's interesting. We had a $4.40 donation from MJ Evans saying, Golden Loot from Cadence of Hyrule. I'm assuming that's what the donation sound is, so thank you so much for telling me.
Well, I don't know. Well, okay, whether it was intended as a fictional book talk donation or not, that sounded like it was enough for a fictional book donation. So, you say Golden Loot?
Golden Loot? Yes.
Okay, Max, we gotta decide what a book named Golden Loot would be about. It sounds like a pirate novel to me.
I was thinking it sounded like a story of Apollo.
Ooh.
I think that actually is a thing. Please don't revoke my bachelor's degree in Latin for not being able to say that 100%.
So yeah, you should read Golden Loot because Apollo actually basically invents the modern pirate. He I don't know where I'm going with this. Mags, continue.
So yeah, it's this really breathtaking story of adventure of a young bright-eyed god, trying to make his way in the world. Really, he struggles a lot internally with feelings of regret for this dark secret that is kind of lurking in his past, and with just like these really deep feelings of inadequacy, as you know, he's just trying to find his place among all the other gods on Olympus. And so the Golden Lute is just a beautiful coming of age story as Apollo, you know, finds this beautiful lute that really helps him unlock his own inner power and inner voice as he learns to sing along with it. So everybody head to your local library and get your copy of the Golden Lute today.
Disclaimer, please do not do this. The librarians will be like, this book does not exist, what are you doing to me? Also, Narcissus was my least favorite character. He's a jerk.
It's kind of his whole thing.
It kind of is. Okay. Just.
So I do want to skip down to a couple donations because our most recent donation was a $12.34 from Peter Schmidt Nielsen, I believe it is. So thank you so much for your donation, first of all. But they would like to say, this is Peter. I was the main developer on the Sploosh Kaboom tool, and I've never seen it used. I've never seen it used in an SD randomizer before. Very excited. To make it work, do you restart the game before SK to reset the RNG? Also,
So, I'm not, like, I'm going to explain to the people how it works in a proper speedrunning setting where you actually know how to count frames. In terms of actually using it, I'm just going to use the non-turbo blurbo mode where it just pulls from all the maps at once. So yes, I probably, if I restarted, saved, and reopened, then I was actually good at speedrunning, I could make it work, but I'm afraid to say I will not be using your tool to its fullest capacity, but I know some people did want to see it at least, so that is my compromise. But thank you for making such a neat tool that will save 100% speedrunners so much agony.
They also do have one more question as well. They were just wondering if you got timer mode to work.
I don't know what that is, so it's probably another one of the things that I don't know how to use because I'm not a speedrunner. I'm sorry. I am the wrong person to ask about these things.
But super cool that you could stop by. Glad you're enjoying yourself, and thank you for the donation. So we are finally getting down to the last bit of the train still left. There was a 1902 from I Like Corn Dog saying, "Get stick bugged, lol." Thank you for stick bugging us. Very wholesome meme.
Wait, I don't have pears. This was a silly thing to do.
We also had 1902 from Scadison saying, "My favorite books are from Battletech and the Hyperion Saga," with a very lovely smiley face.
I don't recognize that off the top of my head, but then I am also very distracted right now. I may know which books they are if I could see a cover right now. Were any more of those, like, $20 plus donations that we weren't paying attention to, like, the actual amount for? Even if they didn't request a book? Can we talk about more books?
I'm waiting. There's a dono from Phil coming in that I am prepared to discuss.
Okay. I will think about what I will recommend after you do your next one.
We had 420 from Phil saying, "Just donating to show some love to..." Oh no. Italo Calvino?
Good. Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Because his Cosmic Comics is a beautiful collection of short stories about space and finding our existence among it. Less than 3.
So true. So that's not a full book talk. So I will just say Calvino is the man, master of magical realism. If you like your short stories or really kind of medium stories a little bit sideways, check him out.
Yeah, I suppose I didn't check to see how many of our donations were actually over $20, but I do believe that there were a couple.
We can do mini book talks for smaller donos. I'd be
Yeah.
game if you're game, Trina.
Yeah. Yeah, no, as long as the charity's getting something, man. Really, the challenge is in us restraining ourselves when there's not currently donations.
Correct.
Oh, I think Phil is putting in a bigger donation so we can talk more about the name that I've already forgotten. I'm sorry.
Sailor
My
Sedetta
man.
mentioned Animorphs. Did you know that they're gonna start making Animorphs graphic novels? Cause I didn't.
Did you know that K.A. Applegate is on the side of the revolution? She is so cool.
I did follow her recently on Twitter. And that's why
Yep.
the only reason why I know about the fact that there is a graphic novel. She like retweeted the artist working on something, and I went, "What? Excuse me, what?"
Her and Tammy Pierce. Oh my god. $20 to get me to pop off about Tamora Pierce books. Fun, y'all. I know. We have a lot of viewers right now. There has to be at least one Turtle fan in chat.
I was
We
gonna
had-
say, no, go ahead.
Oh, no, it's okay. You can talk.
I was gonna say maybe if you're doing Tamara Piece, maybe I'll talk about Animorphs for my next one. But I think enough people in chat actually have already read Animorphs that they're speaking for themselves. So I think it's something else.
But they want to hear you talk about it too. I promise. I want to hear you talk about Animorphs,
Okay,
and
but
I know about Animorphs.
I didn't finish the series though. I lost track somewhere around like 35. So don't ask me how the series ends. I just know it doesn't end well.
No, because war is hell, man.
It is. Totally books for 4th graders, guys.
And the best books for kids, don't underestimate them.
No, I'm not saying kids can't read more mature concepts. I'm just saying I don't know if I knew what I was getting into.
True that.
All right, so we are starting to get some more donations queued up again. Going to start with another 1234 from Peter Schmidt-Nielsen, saying, "Okay, thanks for the info, and thanks for showing off the tool. I was over here biting my nails because the Turbo Blurbo mode is fragile and tuned for HD, not SD. It's a huge relief that you're not doing the fragile mode. That could mess things up in front of 19,000 people." Thank you for your donation. There was a $4.40 from Dolphin saying, "Golden Loot wasn't a title, that's the name of the sound. Also, it wasn't $40, but $4.40.
Whatever. We needed to come up with something at some point.
Just giving it out for free, folks.
We're really excited about books. Thoughts on audiobooks and audio storytelling like Welcome to the Night Vale podcast series?
I need to get into more podcasts. That's my take on things. I do audiobooks. I borrow them from our collection and I do my tribes with those, but that does mean I don't listen to podcasts instead.
Nika Blazewind in chat just bought a shirt. Should we talk about our merch really quick?
We should, because we have fun shirts. We have, as usual, we partnered up with the Eddy, and we were like, here, we have these cool designs, and they were like, yeah, we'll make them, and then we'll throw all the proceeds at the charity. So we have one Link shirt, because this is not a Zeldathon, so they're not all Zelda shirts. But we have one shirt that is Link just sort of chilling with Triforce in like a windy spot. And then we have one that's like half Zelda, that's Animal Crossing, really, where like Link is a villager and he went and shook some trees and now he's getting chased by the wasps, as you do, and Isabel's like, oh no, he's gonna get stung. And then we have a Super Mario Sunshine shirt where Mario is just like in a hammock and chilling. And I think we all need some chilling right now.
Yeah, we could always use a bit more chill.
We have a librarian in chat.
Hello,
Welcome.
a fellow youth services unite.
You are here with your people. We are also librarians. We've got Captain Trina running our Wind Waker rando game right now. I am Chillamags. I am just here spitballing with Trina. And we've got the lovely Ilya on our donation reading as well. Ilya is a book lover and an honorary librarian being here with us today.
Yeah. I don't know if it really counts, but I work in a cafe inside of a bookstore.
That counts.
Yay. Oh, and so I do have to run off to the bathroom, but I thought I would read off this last donation first. It's from Phil again, who very loudly, in all caps, yells out, "Invisible cities!" Or, if on A Winter's Night Tale, A Traveler, or any other Calvino, I'm not very picky, less than 3. So please tell us more about that.
Let me tell you guys about Invisible Cities. Invisible Cities is a book written from within a dream. It is a series of poems about cities. It's the story that Marco Polo is relating back to Kublai Khan after he has gone out exploring all over the world to see different cities. And he comes back and he begins kind of spinning these poems and these tales about the secrets and the feelings of the cities that he's visited. And it's beautiful, it's haunting, it's like completely mesmerizing. It's very dreamy. I tried to get Clinket and Basoonified to read it for our Discord book club one time, and it didn't go very well because it's not a great audiobook. You really have to see it written down on the page, and you won't hear me say that very often because I'm a big fan of audiobooks. But this is one that you really need to see and absorb like into your heart. Wait. Sorry.
You and Clinket and Basoonify have a Discord book club.
Maybe revive.
Let me know if that starts back up.
Heck yeah.
Sorry, continue.
I'm just about done. Like I could wax on about Invisible Cities for ages, but if you guys are into poetry, into dreaming, Invisible Cities is the book for you. Calvino was an Italian writer and poet, and the translations of his stories are some of the most fun and fanciful, like medium stories. I called them medium stories earlier because they're like not quite short stories, more like novellas. So quick, easy reads, but just like really delightful.
I've never heard of this, so it will go on my non-children's literature to read list, which unfortunately moves much slower because I can't recommend it to the small children I see. I think there is, like, we will not prevent children from checking out anything, but the fact remains, certain books are going to go over your head if you're under a certain age. Unfortunate.
It's true. But they're just books to grow into, though, you know?
Right. I mean, you try something that's a little, not quite, you're not quite at the right age for it, then maybe you stop for then, and then you come back in a few years and see, like, hey, what was this thing all about? Also, life is too short for books you don't like. So, like, I will throw that caveat out for, like, all the stuff we're recommending. You're like, oh, maybe this sounds really cool. And you're, like, several chapters in, and you're like, I don't wanna. There are other books out there. We will not interrogate you when you return the book far faster than you could have read it in.
Oh my god, Trina. Rosie has run rendered Toad for us and posted it on Twitter, and
Oh
it is
no.
it is something.
I will have to check that out after the run.
Yeah, you're gonna want to. You might need a pair of sunglasses.
Oh no.
to be the the shine on that boy.
Oh no, 6 is drawing 1 too.
Beautiful.
Oh my gosh. You got his lumpy leg muscles correct even. His legs are... I feel like it's not even the fact that his legs are long, it's the shape. This is not the shape of legs that belong in a Wind Waker game. Why though?
He's so strong.
He did not skip leg day.
He did not skip leg day. What if leg day could make my legs grow that long?
See, I would make a joke about me being short, but like I've come to embrace the shortness at this point, and I don't know what I would do with myself if I suddenly woke up one day and was a normal height. Also, none of my pants would fit.
Oh man, I hate buying new pants. Good point. Ilya, do we have any more donos? Is that everything right now?
Yes, no, we are all caught up on all of our donations now.
All right.
Oh man.
We need to talk about more books. Please send more donations.
Please. Send your money straight to Direct Relief. For new folks hopping in chat, thank you for watching. This is Side Quest. We are some high number of hours streaming charity marathon, raising money for Direct Relief. And right now you got a couple of librarians here hosting you. So please submit some donations so we can talk about more books today.
Oh, I've been talking over all the Toad sounds, aren't I? I feel like most of his stuff is just pretty standard, like, hop, ya, ha. It doesn't even sound like a Toad voice, Like, it sounds like not Link, but I don't think it sounds like Toad. That chest is not in logic, but I do need a fairy. No, I don't want water. I want fairies. I gotta save Grandma. Sweet Grandma, who raised this abomination as her own. Hold on, I'm gonna make Toad stand still for a sec, because I don't know if you guys noticed his stretching noise earlier. I noticed it during a practice scene, and I was like, I don't understand it, but I like it. We're just gonna watch him. Come on, stretch. Did you hear that? I don't know why he's the best. I don't know where the sound clips come from. I don't understand. Is it Mario Party 2? Okay. I've never owned any of the Mario Parties. I'm sorry. Anyway, yes, this is Wind Waker, except Toad. And we are... I still haven't found bombs, so we still can't go back and... Hello. We still can't go back and beat, Dragon Roost yet. And also without bombs, I can't get into Forsaken Fortress. And I don't have Command Melody, so I can't start Earth or Wind Temple. So this is gonna be one of those seas where, like, just all of the dungeons are gonna unlock at once, so it'll be explore, dungeon game. Save Grandma. Ilya, do you want to read that donation that came in?
I do. I was just about to ask, actually. We had a $21 donation from KKP Girl saying, I love all these book talks. Me too. I actually worked as a library page for 5 years, so it's very comforting to be around other book lovers. Thank you very much.
Yeah, can we talk about how pages are the foundations upon which libraries are built?
Those books need to get back on the shelf somehow.
Essential. Thank you so much for your service to your community. But Trina, it's your turn to do a book talk.
Hold on, I need to not mail the Wind Waker first. Oh no, I forgot to think of something because I was playing a game. Oh gosh, what's something that I've read? Okay, this is going to be a partial recommendation. Like, I didn't actually super love it, but I think I'm gonna blame most of that on the audiobook, actually. So one of the hot series that are pretty hot with older elementary readers right now is Wings of Fire. More dragons. I'm not actually dragon obsessed. That was just the next series that came to my mind. But this is a world, like, basically entirely of dragons. There are humans, but, like, as far as the dragons know, at least in the beginning of the series, I only read the first book, they're just, like, you know, dumb animals. But what I find a little interesting about, yes, I got bombs, about the series is that, like, your main, you know, younger child dragons that are the main characters are, like, part of a chosen one type prophecy, except that means everyone actually hates them. Like, there's because they're supposed to, like, change the way that the dragon world works, basically, and most of the societies kind of like the ways that things are right now, actually, and would rather that things did not change. And there's, like, a resistance group that's like, actually, we do want this prophecy to come true, so we're gonna raise these kids, except they're not actually very good at raising kids. So it's very much like, the adults are all crap, is what it comes down to. But, like, the friendship and family that the five mains sort of have built with each other, even though they're, like, all from different dragon species, is pretty fun. And, like, it's been going for 13 books, so there's definitely a lot of material there for if you do like it. And yeah, like I said, it's pretty popular. It's, like, it's not quite Warrior Cats level yet, because it's hard to beat Warrior Cats. But it's up there. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on chat. Hello, chat. Opinions on ebooks. They are good in oh no. Mags, you have to stop me or help me.
Yeah. Someone
mentioned ebooks, and I'm about to go off on a rant about publishers and the recent
no.
The recent mess with Macmillan.
Trina, put it behind a paywall.
Okay.
We got a rant for you guys. We were talking about librarian secrets earlier. If you guys want to hear the real truth about publishers and ebooks, we're going to need another $20 donation to unlock that. Secrets they don't want you to hear. And Trina's going to pop off real hard. Meanwhile, I'm just here to say that ebooks are really great for vacations. If you want to take a bunch of books with you, but don't want to haul a bunch of books around, put them in your phone. Boom. Done.
Also,
love ebooks.
You can get ebooks without going into the library, which was kind of important in the last few months.
Pretty important right now.
Correct. So to hopefully distract Trina from her rant that she's thinking of, there were 2 more donations that have come in. There was a $4.40 from Pendle Steven, asking if you've read any Dutch books translation, or that have been translated. He has some recommendations. There's Dark Room of Damocles?
Damocles? Probably Damocles.
Yes. Yep. Definitely the Greek guy. Yep. I can't I can't speak. I can read. I'm literate. Anyways, there's also Crusade in Jeans and Tow Truck Pluck? Or Pluck. I'm not entirely sure. But
Go down. I need to come back. Yeah, I don't... The translated from their original language into English seems much less common with children's literature at this point, or at least at my library it is. So I haven't, and like I said, I don't really get around to reading adult stuff very much nowadays, so I don't know. Mags, have you read much in the way of Dutch or otherwise books that were written in other languages and then imported over here?
Not a ton. I have read a handful of things. We talked about Calvino. I've also read some Spanish authors. Garcia Marquez, one of the all-time greats of magical realism. Come on. But I honestly haven't read many like Germanic languages translated. Like I'm struggling to think of a German author or Dutch. I do think translations, much like adaptations from like a book to a movie or a book to a TV show, really need to find a way to live in the language they're getting translated into. I have a lot of feelings about this because I was a Latin major in college, so I spent like I have a literature degree, but like that literature degree is rooted in translation. Everything that I read for my lit degree, I had to translate first. And so like I really believe in the power of finding the right words in the new languages that you're moving into to really convey not just the ideas but like the feelings behind the original works.
Yeah, localizing rather than just straight translating, as it were.
Totally.
All right. So then we also had $20 from Phil again, saying, I have one more book I want to share, and it's Paul Auster's The New York Trilogy, or perhaps just the first part, City of Glass, a magical realist detective searching for the missing author, Paul Auster. Wait, so the detective is looking for the author of the novel?
That is what that sounded like.
I love that Phil's just paying $20 for the pleasure of like book talking his own books. Thank you, Phil.
Oh no, I can't just look up City of Glass.
I would say one of Cassandra Clare's books is City of Glass, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is.
Okay,
boy.
This is not a book talk. I didn't finish the series. The oh gosh, what's the name of the actual series that Cassandra Clare wrote? I don't know. It's a YA series. I can't decide if I admire her for her audacity or give her the side eye, but there's definitely like half of a possible incest plot that happens, and
Oh no,
she backs off on it in like the third book, and I can't tell if that was her plan all along or if she just realized it wasn't going over very well.
apparently it's more prominent in her second series as well.
Oh gosh. Oh no, that doesn't seem like a good sign.
Yeah. It's interesting, but not a big fan of her personally, so I stayed away from her novels as well.
Yeah, she can be pretty controversial just in terms of like her work.
Yeah.
There's a lot of tea out there if y'all want to look it up and get into it. I don't particularly feel compelled to get into it right now though.
Thank you, Hermione. The Mortal Instruments.
So we also, moving on from that, we had a $20.11 from MJ Evans. They are sound hunting. Did we find a sound? I don't actually know. Also helping Trina release the rant. P.S. I dislike ebooks. They should just be web pages that can be adapted, screen read, and otherwise reformatted as end users need.
Okay,
Now that is a hot take.
So that's not objecting to the concept of digital books. That's just, I think, objecting to how accessible they are, which I would say is related to the rant. So
Here we go, Trina.
So back in, what was it, November, Mags? Back in November, Macmillan, which is one of the big 5 publishers in the world of books decided that they were changing their changing their policy on new releases on ebooks and libraries, and decided that libraries were, no matter how much money they were willing to pay, would only be allowed to buy 1 copy of an ebook per system for the first 8 weeks of a book. And normally, big libraries like to buy multiple copies of things so that more than one person can read them at once. The logic behind this, of course, being that they figure, oh, well, if people can't access the book from their library, they will just give up and they will buy it, and this will be more money for us. And
all right, hang on. We need to contextualize this a little bit too. Like, this is not a new issue.
That is what I was going to say next. This is an especially egregious example of what is really an industry issue, and that's just publishers. I'm sure this was like a thing too with physical books back when, libraries were first getting big. But this idea that publishers are like, oh, libraries steal our revenue, basically, because people won't buy the books if they can get them for free from the library. And the data doesn't always play out like that, actually. Like,
no.
If people can sort of test drive the books at the library, or they find new authors at the library, like, for free, when they have the financial means, they're like, I love this author and I'm going to buy all their things, and they maybe wouldn't have given that author a shot if they didn't have that chance to try it for free.
Yeah, so there are studies out there that actually show that it's of the people who would be likely to buy a book anyway, reading a book from the library makes them more likely to purchase more, like, that book or more books by that author. So, like, for people who are the publisher's audience, because they're the people who are buying books, the library actually helps them find, like, the books they want to spend more money on. If someone's not going to spend money on a book, they're not going to spend money on a book. They're just not going to read a book if they don't have access to it through the library.
Correct. And actually, like, so Macmillan did back off on, like, they were going to reevaluate in, like, March-ish anyway, and they backed off, and I think that was more in response to, oh, all the libraries have to be, like, physically closed, maybe it would be better PR if we didn't throttle things right now. But sort of in response, because it got so bad, some state library groups had actually started working with their legislators to, like, actually, like, get some laws into place that would force publishers to treat libraries more on a level with regular consumers. Because, I mean, on top of the, oh, you can only get so many copies, like, every publisher charges libraries more for a copy of a book than they would a consumer, and, like, not by a small margin either. So I'm hoping that everything that's gone on with COVID hasn't killed the momentum too much, and that hopefully the efforts that we're going can kind of get back up soon. But yeah, no, if you, like, I don't know, like, keep your ear to the ground. If you happen to hear something going on, like, in your state or from your librarians about, like, hey, we're trying to get this thing to happen, like, lend them their support. Because even if you personally don't really care for ebooks, just because ebooks exist doesn't mean you have to use them, but it's very good for them to exist for people who do not have the ability to get to the library as easily, or do just prefer that method.
Yeah, our librarian friend in chat, I am sorry, tell me how to pronounce your name and I'll say it out, but they are pointing out that their city took every library department's 2020 budget and blamed it on the pandemic. This is a real issue all the time when things tighten up, when the economy takes a hit, budgets tighten across the board, libraries are funded publicly. They're funded either through your state, at least here in the US, they're funded either through your state or through the tax dollars in local levies. So when the economy takes a hit, so does the budget of the library. And sometimes, like for metro libraries, folks have the power to just straight up take the budget away from the library because they don't believe that what libraries are offering is essential. So chat, if you believe in libraries, if you believe in the freedom of information, of access, of everybody having the right to read a book or even watch a movie if they want to, libraries do that. If you believe in the freedom to sit on some Wi-Fi for free and apply for a job in a terrible economy, please do exactly what Trina was just saying. Pay attention to what's going on in your state, in your city, and write to your advocate for libraries because we need it. And in the meantime, donate to Direct Relief.
Can you tell she's gone up to the admin level? You're getting really good at pitching this. My spiels are not quite as polished yet.
Yeah, but my dirty library secret is that I'm actually no longer a frontlines librarian.
But I told her, we need good people at the top. Anyway,
and thank you so much, Pat. I see you guys, and I really appreciate y'all.
Anyway, keep donating, and we will talk about more books.
More books for Direct Relief. Do you guys want to hear a little bit about Direct Relief and the cool stuff they do?
Please tell them while I beat up this giant centipede.
All right, so today you're watching SideQuest. We are raising money to support Direct Relief. Direct Relief is a nonprofit organization that delivers medical supplies and aid to over 80 countries worldwide, as well as all 50 states here in the U.S. They're currently responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. They're distributing PPE across the globe to where it's needed most urgently. They provide a lot of much needed response to natural disasters. Like, we're entering hurricane season right now. Direct Relief is going to be really essential. There's that explosion over in Lebanon. They're providing some aid over there as well. Direct Relief strengthens the health network with most needed medicine and intensive care supplies. You can read more about what Direct Relief is doing right now at directrelief.org. And when you're here hanging out with us in chat and supporting SideQuest, 100% of your donation, when you're popping off about secret sounds or getting us to wax poetic about books, every single dime of that goes to support Direct Relief. So please donate now, get us talking more about books, and support a really good cause.
And just in case you guys were looking for some incentives to donate, thinking, well, what can I get for my donation? We also have some giveaways right now. So if you donate $10 during this current segment, you can be entered to win. Hold on, let me find the page again. Oh, I have so many pages open. Aha! There is a dice bag and dice set, side quest keychain, goddess symbol buttons, a red mojo hat, Triforce spinner, a Rupees of Zeldathon art card, a Royal Crest pillowcase, narwhal cloth, a wolf link tail and ear set, a face mask, and and a Coco and Stitch's Animal Crossing figures.
That's a lot of stuff.
It is a lot.
Packages are insane.
I should know. I helped Liz break them up into the different blocks. Oh no! Oh no! It's Six's drawing.
I'm afraid to click.
I love that drawing.
It's beautiful.
Really
it's beautiful. Also, I beat my first dungeon. Yeah.
my god, 6. It's amazing. I love that you at not just Zeldathons, but Super MC Gamer. This is his private commission portrait of Toad, and wow, look at that hunk Toadette. Oh my god.
So we had $20 from Rom Scout asking, what book changed your perspective on life or the world the most?
That's such a good question. Oh my god. Wow. Give us a minute.
Yeah. If it's actually okay, if I can answer, the
Go
first
for
book
it.
that the first book that I thought of was The Handmaid's Tale by
Margaret Atwood.
Atwood. Thank you. I was thinking Margaret Thatcher for some reason. But...
I mean, she's a person. I just don't think she's an author.
No, definitely not. It was actually a book. It was on my high school reading list. Like, we're giving them a bunch of books that generally everybody can pick from. But usually my English teachers would set aside a specific book for me and say, I want you to read this one because I think, like, either you're going to really enjoy it or you need to read this. The Handmaid's Tale, it was one of those that was set aside for me specifically. And wow, it blew my mind because it seems like something that could actually happen, and it terrifies me. And there are some things that I see going on in the world that still I'm like, yeah, that's pretty close to what could in fact happen. And I don't want to see a dystopian future like that. It terrifies me. But it's also an extremely good book that everyone should read. Anyways.
I'll be honest, like, this... I don't know that there ever was, like, a single book where I just, like, finished it was like, whoa. Like, I don't know. I you know how, like, sometimes kids have, like, younger kids sometimes have trouble distinguishing, like, fantasy from reality? I feel like I've never been that way, and in fact I've had that opposite to the other extent. Like, even when I'm reading about true things, my brain still has this filter of, you're reading this in a book, I'm not sure it actually happened. I don't know how to fix that. But it not in a, like, my perspective on life has changed thing, but, like, Lord of the Rings was definitely the first book that I got, like, super duper into, and, like, you know, I don't even know that it was the plot, but I do think that there are moments in the Lord of the Rings books, like, I mean, one of the conversations makes it into the movies where, you know, like, Sam and Frodo are kind of talking about, like, you know, when this story is told someday, and, like, just looking back and, you know, just, like, there being the tough parts of stories that, like, suck to get through, but they're the important parts, and just, like, the little bits of discussions about hope and stuff. Like, I don't know that it was ever some, like, grand revelation, but just, like, there's lots of bits in those books that, like, I don't know, like, happy feelings aren't even quite right, like, because they're a little too both deep and cozy for that. But there are lots of good moments in the books. If you've never read the books and you've just watched the movies, there's some really, really good scenes in there. Anyway, that's the closest thing to an answer I've got.
I think my answer, there's no way around it, is the Harry Potter series, and I'm not going to dwell on the series itself as much because I'm currently in a place where I'm, like, struggling with my relationship with the series and the author and divorcing all of that, but that's a whole thing. I don't want to get into that right now. But what I do want to talk about is community. And the Harry Potter series was the first thing that unlocked a real internet community for me. I was 9 years old when the Goblet of Fire that summer was published, and there were these message boards on AOL Kids Only that were really silly and fun, and like I found my place among the nerds there. Like we were role playing Harry Potter, and it was super silly, and people have heard me talk about this before. So we're like going into Kids Only chats to like do 1, 2, 3 Avada Kedavra, like very silly stuff, but really, honestly, like it was a community that has continued to this day. I still have friends that I made on those message boards. We've been each other's like lifelines throughout our entire lives, and we met because we all loved one single series of books so much that we wanted to talk about them all the time. We wanted to pretend like we were a part of that series. We eventually turned that shared love into just like a network of mutual love and support, and it is something that's so beautiful and such a testament to the power of stories, whether they are books, they're movies, TV shows, or video games like we're here today, to bring people together in a beautiful community. It's a really beautiful thing, and I'm super happy for that series for having unlocked that in my life.
That's a really good answer.
Is it too late to rename this segment to Book and Philosophy segment with just Wind Waker in the background? I'm doing something.
This is what happens when you hear me talking about books. I get really emotional.
Why do you think I roped you into this?
So happy to be here with all y'all today.
So we had another $20 from Zachy Bro. As someone who has worked the front desk at a library every time I'm home from college for about 3 years now, seeing all this library hype makes me so soft and happy. I just popped back in recently. So I'm not sure how Book Talk works, but please, by all means, take my money and talk about books.
Thank you for your donation. I believe it's Meg's turn again to give a book recommendation.
One of us. Thank you, Zachy Bro. So, Zachy Bro, do you want to, I'm watching chat right now, do you want to tell me what you're in the mood for? What are you feeling? Do you want a book that is exciting? Do you want a book that's sweet? Do you want something funny or thoughtful? Tell me your mood, and we'll figure out something from there. And there's a slight delay on chat, so it's going to take a sec. You want a book that will blow your mind. All right. Give me a sec. Okay. Let me tell you about a book that blew my mind when I read it. I don't know if anyone in chat has read any books by David Mitchell. He is the author of Cloud Atlas and oh my gosh, I'm blanking on some of his other ones, but he's a British author who really loves to play with form and format. And so the very first time I read Cloud Atlas, the format itself was so revolutionary that it did completely blow my mind. The story itself is a story within 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 a story. It is a narrative that folds in and out on itself through time. And there are really compelling narrative threads that follow you through each of the different stories in their own places in time. And it's really, really fascinating just to watch those stories kind of fold in and out on themselves. It's another great example. We were talking a little bit earlier about the power of adaptations and formats, and that, I believe, is a really cool example of an adaptation, if anybody saw the movie as well. I have a feeling that if you haven't read the book, the movie might be a little bizarre. But for me personally, I won't say too much without, so I don't get into spoiler territory, but the casting of the film actually like blew the top off my head. It revealed a whole other level of like metaphor and theme that like hadn't even occurred to me when I was reading the book. And that was something that I thought was so cool, the way that they could essentially just like utilize the placement of the cast within the story to show you something new about a story that you already love. Super cool. Thank you for your donation, Zachy Bro.
That has suddenly reminded me that I still haven't read House of Leaves, and I want to attempt to read House of Leaves at least.
Is that his new one?
No, it's a different author, but like it's like it sounds like it's like a horror like type book, but like in a more psychological, like the text goes like sideways at sometimes and is different colors, and like it all means something. Like it sounds less like a book and more like a giant Scavaganza puzzle.
Nice. Yeah. That was like S by J.J. Abrams. Not actually by J.J. Abrams. It is a book that was produced by J.J. Abrams.
Huh.
Donate more and we can talk about S.
We do, in fact, still have some more donations. There was a 2130 from MJ Evans asking, what are your thoughts on the nonfiction book, The Hot Zone? P.S. 2011 was also a secret sound, but the secret sounds are quiet compared to voices, so it's tough to hear the quiet jingles.
I can try to turn Dono Bar up. I assume it's coming through on my end. Okay, I've turned it up. Hopefully that is more audible. Anyway, what was the name of the nonfiction book?
It's called The Hot Zone.
I'm not familiar with that one. I don't.
I'm not either. I'm looking it up right now. Don't worry, we'll talk about it.
Again, I mostly live in children's at this point.
All right, so the subtitle, The Hot Zone, the terrifying true story of the origins of the Ebola virus. And the synopsis, a highly infectious, deadly virus from the Central African rainforest suddenly appears in the suburbs of Washington, D.C. There is no cure. In a few days, 90% of its victims are dead. A secret military SWAT team of soldiers and scientists is mobilized to Is this nonfiction? This doesn't sound like nonfiction.
That's my question. It sounds like alternate history.
Oh my god, it is.
What?
Wow. Okay.
That does sound a little too real right now.
Right? I think that's our take on this book. We are living in a pandemic health crisis. I probably would not want to read this right now. However, some folks process by reading books, so perhaps this is a good book for someone who really like processes things by like diving head first into them and just like really getting on in there. So
I will say, here's a book recommendation for the $20. That actually reminded me. One of the benefits of being a librarian is that sometimes you have access to the advanced readers copies of things before books come out. I was actually at a library convention conference like the last week of February, so basically like the last week of normalcy in this country. And one of the books that I picked out, I think just has come out, and it is set during the Spanish flu pandemic. But actually, like, it doesn't... Okay, it's called The Orphan Collector, before I get too far. And it's Ellen something Wiseman. She has a middle name. But it really isn't so much about the effect of the virus itself, so much as how those circumstances expose, like, prejudices that exist, which I feel like we're seeing. But the one main character is a teenage German immigrant who, like, basically through one course or another through the virus is left... It's just her and her, like, 2 baby twin brothers. And, like, they're running out of food and she has to, like, figure out how to deal with that. Which involves her, you know, going out to look for food and then collapsing because she's sick and then waking up, like, several months later, like, weeks later, like, oh crap, where are my brothers? I put them, like, in a closet to keep them safe. And then we jump to the other character who was one of her neighbors who doesn't think that immigrants are very good Americans. And so she finds, like, the boys in the closet. She's like, I'm going to raise them to be good Americans. And then she's like, oh, there are other immigrant babies that need to be raised as good American children. And, like, start stealing all these kids, basically. So those two, like, stories sort of... It takes place over, like, 5 years. And I did end up wanting to, like, slap the one lady in the face a little bit. But it was good. Like, even reading it in the midst of this is a little real right now, like, it's not too bad. And it was good.
Hey Trina, for our new friends in chat, what are you up to right now?
I am playing Wind Waker, except all the things are in the wrong spots, and also I am Toad. I have beat 2 of the 4 dungeons that I will need to beat the game, and, yeah. Gonna try to do this fast. I am on a boat, it's true. Also, I'm going to go do the Wind Temple, which it's my least favorite temple. Because everything just feels out of the way. But I will do it. And we get to see Makar! We love Makar. Macker. Makar is how I always used to say it. And now I'm trying to train myself into the accepted Zeldathon pronunciation.
Normalize more voice acting in video games just so I can know how everybody's names are pronounced.
Please.
Because I swear to God, it's Titus, not Titus. Please.
I mean...
Chat.
Even professional audiobook people have the problem, though. Like, if the author doesn't forgets to tell you, like,
oh my God.
Sanderson basically has 2 readers that do all of his books, and for the big old chubby Stormlight ones, they both do it. The guy reads the male character chapters and the lady reads the female. One character shows up mostly in a male character's thing, so, like, you hear the guy say it many, many, many times, and then she has a single appearance that the female has to read, and she says it completely differently, and you're just like, wait. No, my boots! That's not what I meant to take off! Ah! I've been blown away!
Yeah, Ransom. I am thinking of Roy Daughtry's, the narrator for the first 5 A Song of Ice and Fire books, sadly deceased in the past year or so. So he will not be able to finish the last 2, which is super sad because he's a fabulous narrator. He does an incredible job of keeping, like, a cast of hundreds in his head. However... there are some inconsistent pronunciations of the names in that series. The most egregious being Brienne, who for like 90% of the series reading he calls Brian, which like every single time I hear it makes me cringe pretty bad. Brian. Like it doesn't even look like Brian. It just looks like Brienne. And that's what I got for you on that. More book talk, more donos. Come on, y'all. Made me talk about more books. That was a freebie.
Orphan Train was also my freebie. I've decided. I didn't get to talk about kids stuff. I want to talk about kids stuff. Or not Orphan Train. That's a different thing. Orphan Collector. Oh shoot, I forgot to have him do the thing. Guys, multitasking is hard.
Oh my god, yeah, I can't even imagine trying to play a randomizer right now.
Like, I can mostly autopilot. It's just little stuff like, oh, I was supposed to get Macar to go all the way over there before I stopped doing stuff.
Hi, so apparently I was muted.
Oh,
hey,
no.
Elia.
Oh no.
We still have one more donation.
Okay.
Yay!
Yay. It was a $21 donation from Big Chungus,
Oh, boy.
asking, is Go Dog Go underrated today?
Well,
I was say I'm trying. Okay, mini rant. So actually, early readers are like, they're my part of the collection at the library that like I'm semi-responsible, not so much for ordering new stuff, but for like maintaining the collection. And children's literature in general kind of has this issue, but I feel like it's especially egregious in the books with very simple words. There's actually a really neat graphic out there that regarding ethnic diversity with the characters in children's literature. Like, unsurprisingly, like, you know, you go overwhelmingly white, and at some point someone was like, oh, you know, oh, there's too many whites, like, too many white kids in these books. And at least for the early readers, they decided not, oh, hey, maybe we should include some more diverse humans. They decided, oh, we'll just turn our characters into animals instead because they're totally a neutral ground, except that they all, like, act like white kids. Like, you look at
Trina,
the... Yes.
you're singing my song.
Like, if you look at the one group that has the graphic, and I swear if you just Google, like, diversity in children's literature, you'll be able to find that.
You will, and it will show you that each year there are more children's books published that feature animals than feature children of color.
Yes. All the non-white ethnicities combined. Like...
Yeah.
Come on.
Yep, and it's I also actually, before I left to become an admin, my section of the collection was the easy readers and the early chapter books, and there is a big push these days out there in the children's literature world. There's an initiative called We Need Diverse Books, and I encourage you, if you love books and you love children's or YA lit, please go give We Need Diverse Books a follow. They do really, really great advocacy work that has helped to begin to turn the publishing industry around. So you're starting to see a lot more YA books, a lot more picture books that are featuring children of color just being children, not just, you know, facing issues of slavery or racism, things like that, but like, you know, just normal kids, because kids of color need to see themselves represented on the page just being normal kids, and B, white kids also need to
You've got mail.
see that children of color are normal kids. So it's really important. However, the easy readers are way behind. I super struggled when I was purchasing for those collections to find diverse representations to include in easy readers. And, you know, like easy readers are hard to write. Like you try writing a book using like only 40 words with a max of 4 letters each. Like it's super hard. But and so like as a result, there really aren't that many of them that get published as a result. But the imbalance and the like failure to catch up is really striking when you look at that area in a library or in a bookstore.
I feel like Mo Willems hasn't helped. Like, I love Mo Willems to death. I have read Don't Let the Pigeon Ride the Bus for chat before. And, like, I'm sure that we would be looking at, you know, still a relatively equal problem without Elephant and Piggy, but, like, I've come across so many other series that are very clearly trying to emulate the Elephant and Piggy style.
True. Well, he's like doing an imprint, so there are a lot of books that have been like slapped with the Elephant and Piggy brand. So.
Right. But yeah, no, and like, I don't, stick bug. And like, to an extent, it wouldn't be that hard. Like, okay, so it's really dumb that this is the sort of thing I have to get excited about in my collection, apparently. But, I think Child's World is, like, the name of the publisher. And it's just, like, you know, a bunch of phonics-based books, as you do, where it's just, like, semi-nonsense sentences that, like, rhyme and use the same sounds. But this one uses photographs, and they actually have some non-white people in the photographs. And I was like, this is a really low bar to hit, but we've met it. And why? This is what I'm excited about right now, I guess.
Yeah, it's like how the Bechdel test is like, honestly, the bare minimum gender equity representation, and yet so many things fail to meet it.
Right.
Like, just because you pass the Bechdel test does not mean that you're representing women well.
Right.
It just means...
Yeah, and I'm glad that you brought up the Bechdel test, because in the same way, like, diversity in children's books, it's not, you know, this one book isn't a bad book because it failed the Bechdel test, or because it doesn't have diverse characters. It's when you look at the overarching, like, pattern of, like, okay, out of 1,000 books, 25 had non-white characters. Like, that, you know, we're not trying to punish individual authors for not branching out, but, like...
Right.
It's a big picture thing. It's not a
it's a systemic problem. It's a problem of which authors are getting published by the publishers. You know, too many people are told this isn't marketable. Nobody wants to read this, when in fact, a lot of people do.
Please, publishers, publish them so I can buy them.
Do you ever see...
Go ahead.
Do you ever, like, see snippets of books, like, that people have screenshotted and just put on Twitter or something, and you look at it, and you're just kind of like, so this got published, but something that, like, I read that ended up on Wattpad because nobody else would, like, actually publish it is so much better, kind of thing.
You mean the R Men Writing Women subreddit?
Yes! Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no, I probably need to look more into, like, what, like, self-publishing is like looking through fanfiction. There's, like, a lot of garbage out there, but there's also some really good stuff, probably, that would be super duper worth the time it took to look for it. I can't actually remember how I ran across this book, but I did actually ask. We got it for our library. I don't know if anyone's read it. There was a girl, and I cannot remember her name, and I feel bad about that, who has, like, a muscle, like, dystrophy type disability, and she was asking American Girl, like, why don't any of your, like, Girl of the Year type, you know, the modern American Girl books or characters have, like, why don't you have anyone with a disability? Because, you know, she wanted to see herself in the books, and, you know, one way or another, they're like, well, they didn't do it, and she's like, fine, I'll write my own book. And so she just writes this, you know, normal middle school type book about doing school stuff, and the character just happens to have her disability. And when she tried to get it published, people were like, this girl is too happy. This isn't realistic. You know,
What?
saying that to the girl who herself had the disability. So they ended up self-publishing it. And, like,
Good for her.
I can't additionally words past that.
I want to point out, I saw a question in chat about why diversity in books matters. And if you'll permit me, Trina, a little
Go
bit
for
of a
it.
soapbox.
I'm not going to be able to do the rant properly and play this game at the same time.
I've got this. So, there is a really excellent essay out there. It is called Windows, Mirrors, and Sliding Glass Doors by Rudine Sims Bishop. And for those of you who imagine, or most, if you're not a librarian, if you haven't heard of her, I encourage you to give her a Google and read this essay. It is short and sweet. It's not more than a couple of pages. And it really paints a picture of books as either windows, books you can see through into another world. Books can be mirrors. They can reflect your life back to you and help you feel and process things that you're going through. Or books can be sliding glass doors that you can look through them like a window, or you can open them up and step through into a new world and explore something magical. And she talks about how important it is for children to see themselves when they read books. So you look at a book and read it like a mirror, you know. When we were talking a little bit about our favorite books before, it's usually because we've read something that has touched us so deep inside that it's helped us understand ourselves better. That's the mirror of reading a book. But equally important are the windows, are seeing other cultures, other ways of life, and understanding that people who aren't like us are still human. It is ultimately a human issue to be able to develop empathy and understand the things that other people go through that aren't our own personal lived experiences. And that is why diversity in books matter so much, because Black children and children of color 100% deserve to see themselves represented on the page and have that opportunity to reflect and to process and to connect and to help themselves become better. But just the same, they deserve to be represented as well, and for other people to understand the experiences that they have and to be able to empathize. And that is why diversity in books matters. Thank you. This has been my TED Talk.
I was gonna make a joke. That's okay. This really is like a 4-hour long TED Talk on books. Let's be honest.
Let's be honest. We are, in fact, recommending books as well. If you would like to get a good book recommendation, please donate at least $20 to Direct Relief following our super sweet link that I bet you an excellent mod is going to drop in chat any minute now. And we'll talk more about specific books for you.
You know, speaking of getting book recommendations, we had a $21.30 donation from Zonophone asking for your favorite different/unique romance story. Their personal favorite is The Golem and the Ginny by Helen Recker. and they want to read it again soon.
I don't read very many, just straight up romance, and that's not a slight on the genre, that's just my own personal preferences, and again, there's not... Children's books tend to focus more on friendship than romance, as they should, but... I'm trying to think of the YA, the few, handful of YA books I read nowadays, if any of them were considered romances.
I really enjoyed, I read sometime last year, I think, A Discovery of Witches, that whole series. That's pretty deeply romantic, and she's got this like whole enmeshed romance with this vampire who becomes her mate. But I thought that was a good one. So if you like fantasy and women discovering their power, go check out A Discovery of Witches by Deborah Harkness.
He's gonna shoot me out of the sky! I'm okay. I'm okay.
And we have one more donation left. It was 1902 from Taylor, just saying, get stick bugged. Also donated to Black and White 2 for the musical Sprint.
Am I
Thanks,
stuck?
man.
Do I have to save and quit? Am I stuck?
Rip.
I'm pretty sure these are supposed to blow you off if you land. I'm okay. Yes, I thank you for the reminder about the musical Sprint Challenge. Yes. So if you have not been here for the earlier parts of the marathon, we have a bunch of musicians on our team, and they're all pretty good. And they have decided that they are going to do basically the speed running version of arranging and composition. So your donations can go towards choosing which game series, I'm getting wrecked, the songs that they arrange will come from. And they're doing multiple ones. The first one was already decided. They're doing a Hollow Knight song. I think they each get to choose something from the series, whatever they want. But at the end of this game, whatever is in the lead will become the second game that they picked from. So look what's on the list, see what you like. Maybe, I don't know.
It's free real estate.
Oh, it is real estate, is it? It's not free, but you can donate for it, and there'll be some cool music. I'm doing very well. I'm gonna stop talking for a bit so I can actually do this room.
We had $24.09 from MJ Evans saying, many fanfictions would never be published, even if great, because they explore a world that copyright and trademark laws say is owned by others, rather than a part of shared culture we all own. I thought about a fanfiction based on previous topic of inclusiveness. A portion of its cast, the persecution of foxes in Zootopia, similarly to how I envision abusing non-whites was in real life. They are also hoping to share get a fanfic recommendation. They personally like one that's called Guardian Blue. Oh, which may actually be the Zootopia fanfiction that they are talking about.
Okay. I can't recommend Zootopia. I don't have any Zootopia fanfiction to recommend, but otherwise, my time has come. I will refrain from recommending my own because they're all just one-shots anyway. So my favorite fanfiction of all time is a Final Fantasy VII fanfic called The Fifth Act, which you do need to be familiar with the events of Crisis Core, which is like the prequel game. But other than that, like it's the time travel fanfiction, which is a very there are a bazillion time travel fanfictions in like any large community, but it's the best example of one that I've found, and just like it just usually with between fanfiction and published novels, like, you see, like, oh, the published novels, like, they have this plot, and this bit connects to this bit, and, like, fanfiction often just seems to kind of go along with this is what's happening, and then this is what's happening next, and, like, I'm not sure there was necessarily an overarching plot, but, like, there's actually a plot twist in it that, like, has been hinted at the whole time, and I still didn't see it coming. But y'all are Zelda people, so I will also recommend one that y'all can probably read. Although, do I recommend the one that's not actually finished? I think it's a dead fic, but it's still really good. What do you think? Do I need to pick something else? I'm gonna recommend it anyway. It's a novelization of Majora's Mask. It's called Insomnia by Tiki Tiki Revenge, and it's set up in such a way that, like, had they finished it, it would be, like, exactly 5 cycles of the 3-day thing, and Link never sleeps. And also all the Links exist, like, at the same time. Like, when he goes back in time, he's not replacing his previous cycle self. Like, his previous cycle self is still doing the things, and so now they're both doing the thing, and so you play with that aspect of time travel, and also just Link getting to have an actual personality and, like, talk, and, like, him and Tattle sort of developing as, like, reluctant companion fairy, and, like, oh, maybe this Link guy is such a jerk, and... But yeah, it is a dead fic, so you do have to realize going in, like, I don't get to read the whole thing. I'm out of magic. That's unfortunate. Anyway. That was a lot of talking. Someone else talk for a bit.
Well, we are officially out of donations, so if you guys want to hear us talk more about books, $20 will get you a book recommendation. Anything less, you could talk about your own favorite book. We're okay with that too. I love hearing about other people's favorite books because...
Heck yeah.
Yeah. No, it's great.
Oh, also, I kind of forgot I had another, like, goal thing going. We are 550 away from 41,500, which if we hit, I will be showing off somewhat the tool that the speedrunning community developed to let you cheat at Sploosh Kaboom. If you do not do this, I will not be doing Sploosh Kaboom at all. So that might itself be a donation, just to hear those beautiful tones of Salvatore serenading your ears with Sploosh and Kaboom. But yeah, donate if you want to see that. Go ahead and read that donation.
All right. Well, we had $20 from Ed Voxoid. He doesn't actually have a comment. Thank you so much for the donation. I don't know if you're in chat, but if you want to tell us what kind of books you like, we could try and give you a recommendation.
I love it. There's this whole, when Trina and I were talking about this run, we were using some jargon when we were talking about doing reader's advisory, which to librarians means the, like, dialogue between a librarian and her patron to help the patron find the book that, like, speaks to them. You know, it's like there's so much more. There's an art to the recommendation of the books beyond just, like, recommending a good book that I like. Because what I like may not be what you like. And so when you guys give us these donations, please tell us what you like and what you're into, because it'll help us find the best book that we can recommend for you.
I think I get the easier, right? It's reader's advisory in the kids section. It's usually just like, do you have any books about cats? And I'm like, fiction or nonfiction?
Right. Do you want to learn about cats, or do you want a story about cats?
That is how I phrase it with small ones, yes. But information,
Yep.
books about real life cats or stories with cats.
Yeah.
Ed Voxoid commented in the chat that they liked Star Wars books some time ago.
There are so many Star Wars books.
What kind of Star Wars books? Were they novels? Were they graphic novels?
We have early readers Star Wars. We have, I'm pretty sure we have chapter book Star Wars. I don't look at chapter books a lot. We have the big novels, kids novels Star Wars. We have the graphic novel Star Wars. We have picture book. I forgot about a picture. There's Are You Scared Darth Vader is a picture book that I've been intending to possibly read as a story time with Trina.
The Star Wars novels said in Voxit, and I remember these now. There was a whole huge series of novelization, not just novelization of the Star Wars movies, but like they actually delved deep into the lore, and I think there was a whole thing about whether it was canon or not canon.
Well, it was dubious canon until Disney's like, nope, doesn't work with our stuff, not canon anymore.
So if you like books that relate to a fandom that already exists, a good thing to check out would be if you've played any Witcher games. The Witcher novels are actually supposed to be really good. I haven't read them yet myself, but if you could see on camera, you would be able to see several of them sitting on the shelf behind me, waiting to be read. So if you like Witcher, check those out. I'm trying to think if there are any other good fandom-related stories from Trina. Can you think of anything?
All I can think of right now are the dozens and dozens of not officially endorsed Minecraft books that exist.
Oh my god, yeah. The Herobrine and
like they just keep developing more serious.
Cube Kid.
Diary of a Minecraft Zombie. To also pick up the Diary of a Wimpy Kid audience.
I do not recommend those books to adults. Those books are specifically for kids who live and breathe Minecraft, so much so that they wouldn't read anything unless it was Minecraft.
Yeah,
they're not very high quality.
It's basically fan fiction. It's basically fan fiction that is written on a, upper elementary level.
Yeah, and you know what? That's okay. If it's what that kid needs at that point in time, more power to him. I bought probably hundreds of copies of those books for the kids in my library. I'm sorry, bro. Zelda's a girl.
That's the other half of the early readers. There's the like 50% that's just animals, and then like 40% that's here's a currently popular TV show for the 4 to 6 year old crowd.
So true.
Those ones are really easy to read. Like, oh no, this book from 10 years ago for oh gosh, I can't. You know them when you see them. You're like, oh yeah, this is a TV show that existed once. No children would know what this is, and the children that did watch are now 14 and certainly don't want to read them either. So, bye.
My library still had Little Bill books, which is awkward.
That is an extra level of oh no.
That's a past tense. It no longer has the Little Bill books. Do your kids still read Magic Treehouse?
Oh yeah, no, that one is still like
I grew up on Magic Treehouse. Just gotta crash the stream. That was a great series. Every Christmas I got a new Magic Treehouse book. A half hour later, I was done with it, and I waited till next Christmas. It was sad.
Suddenly the husband. But no, like they're still the Mary Pavasborn is still publishing them. They're that one I think will be around for forever. Cause like what other there's Magic Treehouse and there's American Girl, and past that I am struggling to think of books for that age that are historical fiction.
I was ever so slightly too old for Magic Treehouse, but I was reminded when I came into this collection of the Bailey School Kids, which are no longer popular at all. But
yeah,
I read those when I was a kid.
My brother was big into those. They were. I mean, a lot of the chapter books at that age do get a lot of the series are kind of formulaic. Like, oh, there are strange signs that this person who works at or around our school may be this mythological creature. Also, the book will end without having answered the question one way or the other. Next book, same thing.
Formulaic has a place and a time, especially for kids who are emergent readers. They're past the early reader stage. They can read lots of sentences on a page, but it's still kind of comforting to come back to like the essential same formula of a story over and over again, because they're still kind of getting their sea legs in terms of reading.
Well, and also anyone who has spent any time around both books and like a 3-year-old knows they want the same book read over and over and over, and I think to an extent they haven't fully outgrown just that.
Yeah, for sure.
I like this book, I want to hear it again. I'm starting to realize maybe I don't want exactly the same book, but this is close enough to exactly the same book.
Yep, and they eat it up. Whatever it takes. Reading is reading, y'all. It doesn't matter if you read the same book 20 times in a row, or you read 20 different books once. It's all good for your brain.
Another rant I could go off on is reading levels and how maybe slightly too much emphasis is put on those.
$20, chat. $20, and we'll tell you our true feelings about reading levels.
I wasn't going to do a full one, but okay. For the charity.
I can do a full one.
Okay.
I actually have a mini one that I'd like to just kind of go off on a little bit for a second.
Do it.
So, my mom didn't have a job when I was a kid, but she used to be a nanny, and so, like, when she was just home with me and my brother for however long, she started getting bored and started teaching us letters and how to read and all that. So when I got to kindergarten and like first grade, I already knew like how to not exactly how to read. I don't quite remember because I was like 5, but I was more advanced than the rest of the kids my age, and I got a lot of recommendations that I should just be moved up a level because, she has this such and such reading level, so she obviously shouldn't be in this class anymore. But that was the only thing that I was better at.
Right, you were clearly emotionally ready to be hanging out with people 2 or 3 years older than you.
Yeah, exactly. It would have been terrible. Obviously, my parents said no, and I'm thankful for it every day because honestly, it would have been such a bad idea.
Cat, can you sit? Hello, Cat.
Trina, what you playing right now?
I am playing sort of Wind Waker, except nothing is where it is supposed to be, and Link has some problems. He hasn't developed a growth on his head. It is a parasite, and it has taken him over.
And why are we playing this right now?
Because we're raising money for a really cool charity called Direct Relief that helps out people around the world with medical stuff, basically. You can go into more detail. I'm playing a game.
Correct. Direct Relief delivers medical supplies and aid to over 80 countries worldwide and all 50 U.S. states. They're currently responding to the COVID-19 pandemic by distributing PPE across the globe where it's needed most urgently. They are often responding to crises as they come up, especially natural disasters, but also more domestic crises as well. Natural disasters are domestic. We are in hurricane season. They were recently providing some response to Hurricane Isaias. It's mistyped in the document I'm looking at right now. But they were also responding to the explosion in Lebanon, and they're all over the world providing much needed aid. When you donate to us today to get us to talk about books, even more than we're already talking about books, let's be honest, we're always talking about books. But when you donate today, specifically, 100% of the donations that you send are going directly to Direct Relief. We don't see a penny. SideQuest doesn't take it. Zeldathon doesn't take it. MC sure as heck doesn't get it. Direct Relief gets it directly. So please go to donate.zeldathon.net. Share some money with folks who need it. Unlock a cool secret sound. I know some folks out there are still sound hunting. And yeah, keep hanging out. And if you can't donate today, that is cool. There are other ways to support. You can host the stream. You can follow us on socials and help signal boost the stuff that we're doing. You can get your mom's dog to sign up for PayPal and donate that way. Lots of ways to support the cause. So thank you guys all so much for being here, for hanging out, for loving books, and for loving this cursed toad. Related, if you wanted to draw any fan art of Toad and tweet it at Zeldathons, I have it on good authority that our social media team, let's go social media, love to retweet cursed images.
That they do. As we see every single time we have a Zeldathon meeting.
Yeah.
Yep.
So true.
So Hipster donated $20, and he wants to know more about reading levels.
All right, Hipster, are you ready for this? So, at least in the U.S., I saw someone in chat make that good point. Here in the U.S., there have been these systems that have been implemented initially as a tool to help teachers track the progress of their kids, particularly in like the early elementary grades, like K through 3 to 4-ish, help them track their progress as they develop and build their reading skills and become stronger readers. However, what was intended as a helpful tool has slowly turned into more of a prescription. And so when the tool is misapplied, kids are sometimes asked to read a book at X level because that's the level that they're at right now. And what this doesn't take into account is the fact that one, reading is reading. No matter what you are reading, as long as you are using your brain to process stories and sounds, because listening can also be reading. Listening to an audiobook is just as valid as sitting down and reading a book and turning the pages. And it also doesn't take into account how important intrinsic motivation is to kids developing their own love for reading and then developing their ability to parse out the words they see on the page, form them into sentences, react to that. So, like, the most important thing when you are teaching kids how to read is to make reading something that is enjoyable and fun and never a chore. And the best way to do that is to let them self-select their reading. So when we were talking a little bit before about how, I know it sucks when your 3-year-old wants to read the same book over and over again. The most important thing is that they have a book that they want to read and they want to read it with you. Having that sort of shared safe experience goes a long way to helping books become something that kids learn. Like, I read a book because reading a book is enjoyable to me. And so when we limit the choices that kids have by prescribing them a certain reading level, then you're missing out on the benefits that they get from maybe reading a book that's a little easy for them. However, when they read a book that's easy for them, they get a sense of pride and accomplishment. Nobody likes to do something that they're bad at. We all want to do things that we're good at. That's why I don't play randomizer video games, because I would be very bad at them and I would not have fun. Then the same way, like, if a kid finds a book that's maybe a little bit above their level, but they're still really excited to read it, like, that is going to encourage them to reach. And, maybe they won't get the full impact, intended impact of the book the first time they read it. But guess what? You can reread books. That's legal. So you can read a book once and come back to it in a couple of years and get something totally different out of it, and like build your relationship with books that way. And that, my friends, is my soapbox about leveling books. They can be a helpful tool, but they should never prescribe what a kid is, quote unquote, allowed to read.
Also, the reading levels of books are determined by computer programs, and everyone knows that computer programs are always programmed perfectly and definitely take into account all the different. It's like word length and sentence length, and that's it. Like, it doesn't incorporate. It doesn't take into account the complexity of the ideas in the book. So, like, the writing level might not even be. And there's multiple like systems for reading levels. And if you look at a single book, those systems might not even agree on what like grade level equivalent that book is. This one might be like, oh, this is for like halfway through 2nd grade, and this one is like, it's the beginning of 4th grade. And you're like, those are two very different things.
The best example I have of that is The Old Man and the Sea by Ernest Hemingway is a level 600 Lexile, which technically means it should be a 6th grade reading book. However, I don't know if you've tried to hand The Old Man and the Sea to a 6th grader recently, but it's not really what they're into.
Or like, I think, I want to say it's Fontes and Pinnell, the lettered one, like, has, like, the Ripley's, like, the Ripley's Believe It or Not books at, like, or maybe the Guinness Book of World Records at, like, a college level, and those are, like, some of the favorite nonfiction books kids get, is just, like, all the weird random facts. They can read it. It's not, no. Why?
Yeah. Not to mention, like, how important those books are for a very certain type of reader. The kids who are super motivated by knowledge, and especially the kids who like to like dig really deep into a specific like type of knowledge. That's like a very specific type of reader, and those books are so important. And I can't believe that there are people out there who will tell kids not to read something that brings them joy just because it's like technically like way over leveled for them. It's just not true.
How many rants has been happening now? We have strong feelings. all that quiet that you see, like when we have to be in the quiet parts of the library, our brains are just stewing.
We're brewing the big feelings.
Okay, I'm almost done with this, not garbage dungeon, but the worst dungeon in Wind Waker. Best boss music, but that's its only redeeming factor.
You got this, Trina.
Oh. I'm seeing Awesome Mr. Link mentioning A Wrinkle in Time in chat. So, this is kind of going off on a random different tangent, but I didn't know until this year, like a couple months ago, that It Was a Dark and Stormy Night came from A Wrinkle in Time, and it freaking blew my mind.
I think I knew that at one point. There's a lot of book trivia out there. It's hard to fit all in one brain.
Yeah. Specifically, A Dark and Stormy Night was one of those ones that I've heard about forever. Like, anytime that they start talking about books, it's like that was the first thing that came up for some reason.
When was Wrinkle in Time published?
Oh, it's old.
Oh, like the 60s.
Yeah.
Because I'm very specifically thinking of Peanuts. Like, when Snoopy is doing his, like, authory stuff, isn't that the sentence all of his books start with? I don't remember when Peanuts was, like, first a strip.
Oh, Cobot timed out my husband.
Aww.
He's just trying to be helpful in chat.
Oh, I'm gonna click that link anyways, because I can still see it.
I mean, you could repost it. You're a mod.
Also true.
Yeah, I always thought it was... I always figured it was a reference.
There we go.
Oh, an even older book. All right.
What? Macker. Oh, I forgot to bring Macker! Ha-ha! I'm smart. Get wrecked, Toad. I have the whole setup, and then I just did not pick the boy up. Come, child. I should pay attention to how close I am to go mode. Because I am missing the light arrows. I have the Master Sword fully charged. Yeah, I think after this, the only item I need to find is the light arrows. Because, I mean, I know I'll get one piece of the Triforce from this fight, and then I'll have to beat the Earth Temple for another. It'd be nice if the light arrows were earlier on, so that I can just, like, shenanigan the rest of the Earth Temple and skip a bunch of chests, but we'll see what happens.
Sorry, jumping on again. Surprise guest. Bye, cat. Mine's one guest. Talking about the Dark and Stormy Night, and someone quoted Edward Bueller Lytton. My reading recommendation is the Little Lytton Contest, which is an annual online contest to come up with the worst fictional first line of a novel that you wouldn't want to... the worst first line of a novel you wouldn't want to read. So people fictionally come up with terrible first lines, just whether they're ungrammatical or whether they're just not good. Like it's a beautiful, it's a hilarious. I look forward to them publishing the new edition every year.
Whether
it's
they go past purple prose into like ultraviolet prose.
So bad it's good territory.
You should go find them a good example.
Yeah, I may just throw the link.
Light arrows will not be Sploosh Kaboom. Sploosh Kaboom is not in logic for this seed. I should probably equip the hook shot. Nope.
Okay, I found a random one after about 30 seconds of searching. So this isn't the best, it's just the first one I found that was decent. Bang! As the bullet hit her ear, she felt an excruciating pain, as if her ear were screaming into itself.
Nope. Ha! Not today. No noms for giant sandworm.
We had $20 from CWA Grant asking, do you have any books that you've read multiple times for enjoyment? A personal favorite of mine is Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. It's something I read just about yearly, and I see different things in it each time.
That's such a good question.
Well,
Definitely.
other than when I, in middle school and had just freshly read Lord of the Rings, then proceeded to just continually read Lord of the Rings on a loop for about the next 3 years. And then every time attempted to read Appendix A, other than the part with Aragorn and Arwen, and completely failed. But, I don't know. Most of the rereads I think I do are, hey, there's a new book coming out in this series, I should reread the stuff that was already earlier in the series so I remember what happens. I'm too much of a there's more stuff out there. I gotta find the other stuff so I can recommend more stuff.
I have one that I really, really love. It's called Haroun in the Sea of Stories by Salman Rushdie. If folks aren't familiar with Rushdie, he is a Indian immigrant to Britain. And he was kind of raised in a boarding school environment there, and his books have a lot of feelings because of it. But in 1989, he wrote a book called The Satanic Verses, and long story short, he seriously calls out the organized religion, particularly in where the Ayatollah Khomeini reigns, and made him look really bad. So the Ayatollah issued a fatwa on Salman Rushdie's head, which is basically he put out a hit on him, and Rushdie had to go into hiding for a number of years as a result. And while he was in hiding, without his son with him, he wrote this book called Haroun in the Sea of Stories, and it is a magical narrative about a young boy whose father loses his ability to tell stories, and Haroun has to go on a magical adventure to save his father and the future of storytelling and the freedom of speech. And it's a really, really beautiful book, and I'm getting goosebumps just talking about it because it makes me feel so deeply. And in addition to being just such a beautiful story and in its historical context so moving, it's also just a really fun book. There's a lot of very bouncing language to it. You can really hear Rushdie's British Indian pitter patter throughout his words, and so it's a really fun read aloud too. If you've got kids, it's a great one to sit down and read together out loud. Love that book, and I've read it many, many times.
I thought of another one I've read multiple times for a different reason.
Tell us.
The Princess Bride book. If those of you who have only seen the movie and not read the book, there's a frame story to it. The book, part of me wants to just play along, but I'm not that type of person. So the book is written as if it is the abridged version of an unabridged book by a foreign author, and there's this whole forward about how the guy who did the abridgment, his grandfather read him this story when he was sick. You can see the bits where they decided to go with the movie. And it got him into reading as a kid, and then he grew up and had a son. The author only has 2 daughters. And was oh man, I need to get this book for my kid. And he went through all this effort, and then the kid was just I'm sorry, Dad, I can't read this book. And then he discovered that there were all these boring parts that his grandfather read over, skipped. And so he's I gotta abridge this so I can have the good stuff. So you'll be reading, and okay, here's where Halberdiga's introduced, and here's the previous person that they tried to set him up with, and then here's the author coming in to make an abridgment note about here's where I left out 14 pages of packing and unpacking clothes, which showed that Gilder was actually the superior nation because, as noted by the quality and quantity of the women's clothes, it's a very meta experience. All the stuff from the movie is still there, and actually, in fact, in addition to that, the Pit of Despair isn't actually a Pit of Despair, it's a Zoo of Death with multiple levels, and they cut out the other levels for the movie. But it's a very unique sort of humor, sarcasm combination, and it's great.
Someone mentioned Hook in chat. I love that book I love that movie so much. Talk about iterations on a theme. The movie is such a good example of how to retell a story. I don't know. There's so many really excellent moving messages in Hook about what it means to grow up, about what it means to like find yourself again on the other side. I could go on about Hook forever. $20 if you want to hear me talk more about Hook. $20 to Direct Relief, doing such good work out there.
Oh, yo, guys, we're really close to 41,000. I just looked over.
Oh, who's gonna get
we
us
are.
there?
Fix it. We need team fixers in here.
Please.
Oh, Treasure Planet's really good.
Wait, Rosie, is Hook actually a book? Have I not known this my whole life? Oh, there's a novelization of Hook.
That is hard to tell sometimes. Like, oh, there's a movie for this. There's this movie, but there's this book. But which one came first?
Heck yeah, clink it. The movie Hook and apparently the novelized book as well.
I remember seeing somebody mention Diana Wynne Jones earlier too, and I've recently really I have read and reread the Howl's Moving Castle series about 3 times now since quarantine started.
I haven't gotten around to the 3rd book yet, but oh gosh, yes. Like, okay, first of all, the movie makes way more sense now. Like, now that I know what plot he was like mostly pulling from. But yeah, like, it has just such a unique, like, flavor. Like, it's a little more old-timey, but it's definitely still, like, got modern humor to it. Like, it does feel like a book from another time, but, like, not in a bad way, definitely.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't have a key. I don't have a key.
Oh no.
I mean, there's another direction I can go in. I just usually have gotten a key by now.
Oh, sorry. So we got 2 different $3.42 donations. One from Roguecopter and one from Ari, both hoping to fix the,
Oh no! I'm sure for a hot second it was fixed. Either way, we've hit 41,000, guys!
Woo! Yay!
Someone else needs to applaud because I have a controller. Thank you, dear.
Yo, we are only $500 away from the big Sploosh Kaboom tool.
I was saying, we only have like 15 minutes left in the segment, so if you want to see it, you gotta get going.
$500 of book recommendations, y'all. It can get you pretty far these days.
You know what? I have Toad, and I've heard 1 or 2 of the $24 Toad sounds. No one has donated Toad Sneeder while I've been playing as Toad, and I'm a little disappointed about that. Because we've had many people wander in, and I'm sure they would love to hear Toad do the wonderful rendition of Snake Eater that so many of us got to hear on Saturday night.
I have not heard it yet.
Oh boy.
Oh,
please someone.
Really need to hear this.
Something about Toad waving the wand while he's wiggling on those legs. I don't know, man. I have feelings and I'm not sure what they are.
He wibbles and he wobbles, but he won't fall down.
Oh my god. I've seen so many new folks come into chat just going, this is cursed.
What am I looking at? I don't like it.
Correct.
Blame the donors.
Oh, Toad, why? Guys, when I'm not talking about books, I'm looking at Toad, so please... Please chat, get me talking more about books so I don't have to look at Toad.
We could have had Link in a crab shirt riding on a surfboard with a pig, but no, you guys wanted to see Leggy Toad.
Right.
Oh, it already broke. I can pay attention to things.
Jiggy, I don't know, but we should, yeah. Blame chat.
Yes!
Chat
Blame the
bot.
noters. Okay, why are you not breaking? You are not broken. Please explode. Thank you.
Rosie, the beautiful thing about stories is it doesn't actually matter which direction you come at them from. You know, everybody has their own relationship with the stories that mean the most to them. So I'm really pleased that Hook the novelization was something that spoke to you as a teen. And that, hearing that, makes me want to go check it out too.
Oh no. We got $20 from my friend Eclair. Hi, Eclair. With a very important verb lesson of the day. When giving yourself a facial, never walk towards your birds. When they see your face covered in mud mask and hot wax, they will either fly away, scream, or attack you.
Oh no. I don't think I've ever tried to have a mud mask on around my kitties. I feel like they would consider too.
Love you, Eclair. I hope you're okay. But that is $20, so if you're interested in getting yourself a book recommendation, just say the word.
Claire, if you don't tell us what you want, we're gonna talk about bird books, and I don't know a lot of good bird books, so.
I mean, there's the picture books, but
There's the picture, but we're not ready. We're not equipped for a whole story time right now.
yeah, no. If people want story time, they just have to keep an eye on the bumpers.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a picture book, but there is a story time bumper. Keep an eye out.
Oh, yes, Claire has a book. Oh, Claire is gonna recommend us a book.
That works.
I mean, I'm also okay with that.
Oh yeah, the owls, the owl books. Title of tale, right?
The Guardians of Gahul.
So while she's looking for that, we also had a second $20 donation from Sketchy GL saying 20 to a good cause and closer to Sploosh Kaboom. But I want to ask, do you have any recommendations for someone who hasn't picked up a book in 15 plus years? Had reading ruined for me as a kid and I want to get back into the game.
That is such a good question, and I want you to know we're pausing because we're thinking.
Okay, so it does. What kind of stories do you like? Like, I presume you have still been going to like see movies and stuff, like
Movies, video games. What kind of those things are you into?
Yeah, are you a Last of Us dude? Are you into the moon dude? Like, but also like even if there's like a book described to you that you like, oh, this like if this was a movie, like I would totally love this, and you find yourself having a hard time getting back into the act of reading, you might try the audiobook, like especially when you're driving somewhere, like you have nothing to do but look at a road and like, you know, pay attention, but like having the book read to you, I think could be a good way to sort of ease back into getting that, making it a habit.
Okay, so there's the book Troll Birds. I'm going to miss the one by Matt Adrian.
Is that for the bird book?
Nope.
Or I haven't? That's true, it is trying. So several people have not driven in a while. You might have to just like audiobook while like doing something else chill. But I'm trying to think of just what is a really like approachable, just like generally popular book.
Yeah, Chad had a good suggestion with Neil Gaiman again. We talked about him a little bit earlier. Yeah. His stuff is very accessible if you like fantasy. I would not start with like one of his larger tomes like American Gods. I think instead either like his comic books, the Sandman comic books are super good, a graphic novel, or like his children's books are like quick and easy and accessible, but like really draw you in. I read the Graveyard book a couple of years ago, listened to it actually. Once again, he narrated the audiobook and his voice is like butter. But it's such a sweet, spooky story about a boy who grows up in a graveyard raised by ghosts. Like, what could be better than that?
Wait, that sounds amazing. What was that
it's
called?
incredible. That's the Graveyard book.
I would say it will probably be either in the YA or possibly even like the older end of the kids section at your library.
Yeah, we had it in J. There's not a lot that's actually terribly YA about it, other than it's just like kind of creepy.
Yeah, no, we had it at the prize table on for summer reading, and our upper elementary was right next to our teen area, and I could just remember it was in that middle spot. I was just like, which side was that meant to be on?
Did that help? I really wanna know if we hit the spot for our donor, and I can't remember who it was that had donated that, but if you're in chat, please let me know. And if that wasn't it for you, let's try again, because books are incredible. I might be biased. I don't know if you guys have noticed. I like books, but I would love to help you find your book.
We had a $3.58 donation from Hermione/Rihanna. Fun fact, I can't listen to audiobooks in the car because I zone out of driving and get too caught up in the story. Totally unsafe.
Oh,
Also,
What?
whoa!
That
oh
was
my
a
gosh.
big chest, and it didn't have a name on it.
No, it sure didn't. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
For 2069. So nice. That's the nicest chest I've ever seen.
That also puts us in like super snipeable distance of Sploosh Kaboom.
Yeah, y'all. Do you want to see some Sploosh Kaboom?
Just so the rest of Hermione Rihanna's comment was just that this is the Zeldathon content I didn't know I needed, but she cannot get enough of it. Bookworms for life. I'm so glad that everybody's enjoying this right now. I'm honestly so happy.
Me too. I wasn't like, I figured it was just be like, oh, it'll be chill and maybe like, you know, help people here and there, but my gosh, have we stopped talking at all?
We've literally been talking about books for 3.5 straight hours.
I was like, oh, what kind of commentary can I come with about the randomizer itself? Don't need it.
Not a bit. No, thank you so much, Trina, for having us here. This is super fun.
So there was the $420.69 donation from literally no name. Thank you for that. With the comment of sploosh.
Oh, okay. They want Sploosh Kaboom.
A sploosh.
A sploosh. I saw someone in chat mention Judy B. Jones, which is still super popular, but the author passed away recently.
Oh.
I get very sad about who else. There have been like, it seems like just in the last couple of years there have been a bunch that have passed that made me very sad. Andrew Clements is one of my favorite middle grades author. Frindle is his most well-known one, but like honestly, all of his books are like really, for a kid who wants realistic fiction, like he nails it. And the adults in his books are also actually like characters with motivations and like multi-dimensional personalities, and I feel like there's not a lot of kids books that do that, where like both the kids and the adults are complex characters. But yeah, he passed away like sometime late last year. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, Tommy DePaulo! That's who the really recent one was. I was sad.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, when I like became a librarian, one of my first thoughts was, he's still publishing books? I thought he was ancient when I was a kid, and he was. He died at like 89 or 90, something like that. And he was still publishing books, like up until the day he died.
Yeah.
And he's incredible. Really good books.
Oh yeah, no, Captain Underpants is also big still. You know what has made a resurgence? I mean, Mags, you know, but they have started remaking the Babysitter's Club as graphic novels. And holy crap.
Oh yeah.
Like, I mean, it helps that the gal they got to do the drawings was already a really successful graphic novelist among kids in her own right. So like, you combine the two and just there's no stopping.
Yeah, for sure. Raina Telgemeier is a powerhouse in the graphic novel arena. Literally could not buy enough copies of her books to keep on the shelves. They were always checked out. Clinket, I also read The Babysitter's Little Sisters. It's because we're like basically the same age. A little too young for the original Babysitter's Club.
Those, like, I could only find Babysitter Club books if I went to like the thrift stores. But I really enjoyed those, and I really liked the Sweet Valley Twins. But again, very old by the time I got to them.
Yeah, I was gonna say Sweet Valley High is even older than Babysitter's Club.
Oh yeah. We have some more donations. We have 2 separate 1303 donations from CWA Grant. Thank you very much.
Oh my gosh, we made it.
Yeah, no, we hit our goal.
Hello. Yay! Okay, I will finish this dungeon, and then I will take a few minutes to show stuff off. I don't want to take too much, because I totally can still beat the game, as long as it doesn't take too long to find ice or light arrows. But yeah, we will do that after I beat Big Ghosty Boy.
Hey. We had a $28 donation from Gerd saying, "Let's get some sploosh."
A sploosh.
We did get ourselves some sploosh, so yay.
Thank you so much.
And one more left to read. We have $5 from Whackamungus. If you like superhero stories, I recommend a web novel called Worm. It's a bit long, nearly 1.5 million words, but worth the read if you're into superpowers and stuff.
Retsom will second that.
I'm afraid to know how many words are in the Song of Ice and Fire series. I have read too many words in that series, and also too many words written about that series. Hey, nailed it.
Oh crap, I don't have the boss key. I got really excited. I'm like, it's go mode! But no, I don't. I need to actually be able to get into the boss before I can get the Triforce from the boss. Darn.
You don't know a skip to get in?
I do not. I'm not a speedrunner.
Jamie, where are you?
I don't think he speedruns this one.
Jamie pops up in chat. Hey, you want to learn a trick?
So we had $5 from Eclair again. If it's book facts we're talking about, I've got one that'll blow your freaking mind. There is a Magic Treehouse anime, and it actually looks good.
I don't think I was aware of this. Is this a recent thing, or is this like it happened in the late 90s and then no one noticed?
Is this fan-made? Is it produced?
I'm guessing it's not fan-made.
Treehouse anime. It is from 2011, and it is a 2-hour-long anime film.
Oh, it's okay.
Interesting. What does it
Oh,
cover?
wow.
Like a few books, or just one book, or?
Let me check the Wikipedia page real quick.
I have a hard time thinking that a single Magic Treehouse book could get you much further than like 20 minutes.
They are pretty short.
Yeah. So it looks like they sort of, the first part, they mostly echo the plots from about 5 to 8, but then they actually, further into the movie, they go through book 1, book 2, book 13, and book 4.
Are you sure that's not a typo?
There we go. Yeah, first other thing whoops, that's not what I meant to hit. Oh well. I don't need to know where other chests are because it's go mode!
Is that the one you needed?
Yes, that was the boss key.
Cool. I know a lot of things about video games. But I know more things about books, and would be happy to talk more about books for more money for direct relief.
Apparently...
I was about to say, I may be opening myself up to trouble, but, like, even after this run is done, if any of you ever want to just, like, tweet at me, or like, hey, can you find me a book? Go for it.
Gorilla reference.
It's good practice when I have to do it at work.
So true.
I haven't even gotten to talk about kids non-fic. I took a whole seminar, and I can never remember things off the top of my head, but...
It's not gonna work very well when you're playing a video game at the same time.
Not really. Although, I mean, just if you're trying to find something, like, actually for an upper elementary kid, I don't even know if it's, like, the way the books are written themselves, or if it's just that the covers are very distinctive. But there's a whole series of, it was biographies, and they sort of, like, branched out into other about things. That's the Who Is, Who Was series. And every title is just, like, who was, Abraham Lincoln? Who is Barack Obama? Who was, Harriet Tubman? Like, and all the pictures on the covers, like, the people are bobbleheads.
Cursed. Like, they are cursed pictures. And the kids love those books.
OC in chat is wondering if we've talked about Patrick Rothfuss books yet?
You mean the books I refuse to read unless a third book comes out?
Oof.
I'm saying unless, not when. I've heard they're good books. There wouldn't be so many people mad about the lack of a third book if they weren't good books. But I'm not getting
honestly,
into it.
It's probably for the best to wait at this point if you haven't started them. Just because the waiting is hard. I read the first 1.5, and then it had been long enough that I got to a point where I feel like I would need to reread them before going further. And so I'm also at a point where I'm kind of just waiting for the third one to at least be coming to dig back into them.
Why can't
Because the first one was super good.
Why can't all authors write on Brandon Sanderson's schedule?
To be honest, yeah.
I mean, there's also the other one, James. What's his name?
Patterson doesn't count. He uses ghostwriters. He uses ghostwriters.
Sure does. He's a brand, not an author. I mean, he is an author.
Cool.
But he has a brand as well.
Is there a secret list somewhere of the books he actually has written himself?
You can usually tell. He does a decent job, at least with children's books, of crediting his co-authors. Even though he always gets top billing.
Well, yes.
But, yeah.
That makes me feel a heck of a lot better just knowing that.
Yeah, no, do not compare yourself to James Patterson unless you also have a team of compatriots willing to write with you.
Chat is screaming donation, and I'm not sure why.
Because that was the donation sound. There's a donation sound that's just singing donation.
That's what happens when I can't hear the donation sounds.
Yeah. But since we're already singing
Ransom,
about
do
the
you want to
donation,
throw a link to Worm in for the poor folk who is having trouble Googling it?
So there was a $47 donation from Funny Man. My favorite book series is the Liaden Universe by Sharon Lee and Steve Miller. It's sci-fi with some... I don't know what that word is.
Spell it.
Psionics.
So, like, I think that's still pronounced science. It's just like a different kind of Oh, there's an O in there. Science.
Science. Thrown in. The writing is beautifully tight on every level.
Cool.
Oh,
Thank you so much for sharing,
Sorry.
Funny Man.
Not science. That's a
Stop pronouncing the P.
That's a Persona thing. I know you're not supposed to.
That's all.
Okay, real quick. Okay, I'm gonna try to do. I'm gonna try to show Sploosh Kaboom real fast because I think I'm gonna be pushing it for being able to finish the seed. So let's take a quick break from donos and book talk for that. Hello, thankfully I have lots and lots of money. So I'm actually going to throw up another, let's see how this looks. Hello. Hey, look! It's on top of my face. So the Sploosh Kaboom tool is basically a heat map. As you will see me use it, it's just a combination of every single map that is possible in the game. And as you can see, you know, things are slightly more likely towards the center, and they will put a little yellow box over, this is your next option that is most likely. So I'm going to start where, okay, that was a miss. So, whoops. So now it's telling me to try this one. And this will not guarantee anything. It will make it a little bit easier to, you know, get it faster. But that's all it will do in this mode. The true version, basically, the map that is generated by the game is tied to a specific frame, and the adjacent frames aren't anything like each other. I don't think I'm even clicking the right ones at the moment. And it basically, you set how many frames exist between two maps being generated, and based on that information and you putting in a prior map, it says, okay, based on the information you've given me, we can narrow down the number of possible maps to like 2 or 3 possibilities, and therefore are able to eliminate most of all the noise, basically, from all of the things. But I'm not a speedrunner, and I don't know how many oh, I need to tell it. I killed something. I don't know how many frames it takes me to finish one game and go on to the next, so it would not be reliable, and the developer himself popped in here and said it wouldn't even be accurate for SD, which this is.
It's especially not accurate when you fill in the map wrong.
Yes, I noticed I was doing that partway through. This one was a miss. That one was also a miss, actually. So, I mean, yes, by itself, it really doesn't end up being that much more helpful than the regular one, but maybe it narrows down the hunting for your 2 ship a little bit. But yeah, that's if you just Google Sploosh Kaboom tool, you can find it. There's a video the guy has that actually, like, goes into the math of figuring out how all it works. I don't want that appearing second time, thank you. But yeah. Sorry I'm not an actual speedrunner. But you got to hear Salvatore say the words. Yeah, no, I realized I was doing the wrong. It's still not perfectly helpful even when you fill it incorrectly if you're not doing the actual speedrunning stuff. But I want to get to Hyrule because we got like 20 minutes, and if I hurry and have a very good Phantom Ganon run, we can still make this work. Okay, I might be done talking for the rest of the run. You guys can go ahead and read donations and book talk. I'm gonna go.
Okay. Trina in go mode. You got this, Trina. I believe in you. Do we have more donos, Ilya?
We do. We had $5 from Quackamungus. Another great book series is Seven Z's by Neil Stevenson. It's a hard sci-fi book set in the near future, where the first line of the book is "The moon blew up suddenly and without warning." Ooh, that is a great first sentence. The next donation, $5 from Bob Killu. Sorry again about your name. This one I'm actually kind of excited about. A recommendation to anyone with Kindle Unlimited. One good thing I've found is the Bobverse series. It's a sci-fi story about a guy who turns into an AI and sent out to explore the galaxy with his many, many copies. It's so well written and all the science accurate and believable.
Funny story. The first Bobaverse book is the one book that we successfully read in that book club with Clinkett and Basoonify. That was a pick from Basoonify, and it was a good one.
I know that reference, hipster. I see you, hipster, referencing Dresden.
I also read that book, which was why I was excited. I was a part of the book club, but then never made it to the one meeting we had to discuss the book.
Do you want to discuss it right now, Ilya? What are your feelings?
It was definitely a book I'd never, it was completely out of my comfort zone, first of all. I don't usually read that kind of thing. But it was...
Yeah, same, honestly.
It was so well written. I was really interested in everything that was happening. I remember I was standing in a KFC at one point, and I just I had to open it up on my phone again because I needed to know what was going to happen. And so I just stood there holding a bucket of chicken in one hand while I read this book at the same time.
It reminded me that feeling of the first time I read Ender's Game, which we talked just a little bit about the Ender books earlier. But yeah, just kind of something that I hadn't really engaged with before, space books. I just don't read space books. But it was still something so new and fun and fresh and makes you kind of rethink your own reality. Super cool.
Oh yeah.
Splish.
All right, any more?
Yes, we just got another one in. We got 1303 from Funny Man saying, if we're doing first lines, Liaden Universe starts with, the man who was not Terrence O'Grady had come quietly. I'm not gonna lie, I just started thinking about Zach Teep when he used to go by not James K. Polk.
I mean, is that not still his Twitter handle?
I think it is.
Link Odin's son making a very good point that the author of the Enders books is extremely problematic. And that's, again, a whole other conversation, but something good to know if you care about that in the books that you purchase and read and consume.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I certainly start feeling feelings when I find out that an author is problematic after I've read their books.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a longer conversation about separating the art and the artist or the death of the author. I really love Lindsay Ellis's videos that she's put out on those topics. I think if it's something that you do want to engage with and learn more about, I would recommend folks go check that out because she says it's so much better than I ever could.
Really neat. I'm gonna look her up right now.
Chat is arranging a Zeldathon book club, and I am excited to see this happen.
Oh, please do.
I'm gonna grab a fairy, just because if I die, I'm definitely not finishing on time. Or I could not. That works too. Let's go. All or none. I will take those arrows, though. Alright, come on, good. Phantom Ganon aiming. Or not, puppet. The other P.
Thanks, Ilya.
Yeah,
I saw the question in chat, but I had already moved on.
Yeah, in case you guys have heard me typing, I've actually been, taking some of these book recommendations and just typing them in so I can try and find them again later. So I have an entire window open that's just filled with tabs of different books.
Oh my god, can you make that a book list to share out?
I would say we can have someone watch the VOD too and double check if we missed anything.
Doc team, let's go. That would be amazing. We should definitely get together a Zeldathon reading list.
Nope,
I would love
come
that.
Come back. Please go back.
I already gave my opinion on Lindsay Ellis. She rocks.
It's unhelpful. Don't dare pull the mind away. One.
Program Ninja, only if you guys had already been tracking the book recommendations we've been talking about, which I guess not, because we hadn't discussed it beforehand.
Yeah.
You're supposed to know these things. Haven't you developed the psychic connection yet with us? I thought we were working on that.
So, actually, Natsu, speaking of Goodnight Zeldathon, I'm not sure if you were here late last night, but when Steve from Direct Relief was playing Monster Hunters, somebody donated to have him read Goodnight Zeldathon to them, so he could go to bed, and it was very sweet. And I can't wait to go back and watch it again because it was adorable.
Oh, you're over there.
Hello.
Curse my regular sleep schedule and sticking to my self-care over seeing every second of Zeldathon. Sorry, side quest.
You were probably doing better than me, though. My Fitbit has given up on working properly. It keeps telling me that I've been sleeping much longer than I actually have. Because it doesn't believe that I've only slept for 3 hours, or I took a 1 hour nap, or
That's not right.
Don't be like us. No, come back!
Yeah, please don't be me.
Don't chat. Don't chat.
This isn't
Sleep
even
is
the
good.
hard part of the fight.
Take care of yourself so you can take care of others, and so you can donate to Direct Relief.
I can't go to bed. I'm reading donations.
It's okay. You can go to bed in 20 minutes.
So soon.
Okay, spider section is super easy, and then let's see how long it takes me to kill a caterpillar.
So speaking of reading donations, we got traveling through Aldera. I assume that was supposed to be Alderon. My favorite book series is Phenomena by Ruben Eliason. It hasn't been translated into English yet, unfortunately.
Shame.
Yeah, always is. I hope Link can call Aelk like the hero in the story. I'm unfortunately too tired, as it's late here, frowny face, to describe it properly, but here's a video about it you can show off if you want to. Well, let me take a quick look at this YouTube link. Oh wow, it's a book trailer. Oh, it's been a while since I've seen one of these.
Oh. This is what I get for... Oh, no, I maybe could have done that. Come on, Trina. Stuck. Get him anyway? No! That should have counted. That totally should have counted. I don't care if I got knocked over.
You got this, Trina. Get some.
I do have soup at least. I have to remember to use the soup, but I do have soup.
I have no idea what that means.
Oh, in the Wind Waker, there's a health potion that you get from
Oh, and it's soup.
It's soup.
And she gives you two servings because she's a very generous grandmother.
Wow. Thanks, Grandma.
Nope, what the? What the? Nope. Okay.
We had a 1303 donation from Funny Man. Another series I can wholeheartedly recommend is A Sentence of Bookworm. Yes! Oh my gosh, it's so good. Which also has a manga and anime adaptation. A bookworm gets reborn into a world that has magic, but no books are accessible to her, and it makes it her mission to mass-produce books.
Also,
So
she's
she
like
can
a
eat
5-year-old. No, so she can read them.
Oh, like a human bookworm, not a literal bookworm.
Yes, no.
Yes.
Also,
Got it.
she's a college student initially, but she's reborn as a 5-year-old, which does sort of complicate the getting stuff done. But, you know, she's of course a genius 5-year-old. Also,
But
I'm out of...
yours.
Oh, wait! I'm like, oh no, I'm out of magic! Soup gives me magic too.
Snorlax, you are not alone.
I should not have taken off my... Okay.
We are so close to not having to look at the stone anymore.
I don't know, I think I'm actually gonna miss Toad a little bit.
You just have to associate him with all the good book discussions we've had.
Oh, no. I don't want to do that either. Now they're tainted.
Ruin your favorite book with Leggy Toad.
Oh my god. I'm gonna be seeing him in my nightmares. Curse you, chat. Thanks a lot. Could have had vacation link.
Ow.
Stone Money in chat is wondering, what book do you think Toad would read?
See, I don't want to disparage any real-life books.
Well, are we talking like regular Toad or cursed Toad?
That is a good question.
Makes a difference.
It does, rather. There we go. Okay. Honestly, I could probably beat the game in 8 minutes.
Oh, regular Toad would read Wind in the Willows. You're correct. It's a good one.
I like MC's answer of A Tale of Two Toads.
Okay.
Wait, is that it, Trina? Did you do it?
I did the harder pre-final boss. Now I just have to actually beat up Ganondorf. I know title-wise, A Tale of Two Toads refers to A Tale of Two Cities, but it sounds more like it would be Princeton the Pauper, but with Toad. Look at those legs go, guys.
Oh my god! Somebody clip this, please. It's ridiculous. We're gonna need a GIF of this to haunt Zeldathon for the rest. God. Toad, you're ruining your arms for the boss battle. Use your legs, bruh.
It's worse from the front. Oh no.
God. If only we could have donation gifts instead of donation sounds. That would be something worth seeing again.
That would.
Hipster says it. Trina, if you drop down and do it again, he'll donate a Toad Sneeder. Do it.
Please,
do it.
please do it.
Do it.
For
Do
the
it.
charity! There's a pot.
For charity!
There's a pot, so you don't have to do that, but I'm in a rush. But for the charity.
No.
Feast your eyes, everyone. Feast your... You actually know this is very appropriate for a Sneeder, isn't it? We're climbing a rope instead of a ladder, but it works. Please blow out my eardrums with Toad Sneeder.
God. I hate this so much. Why is the loop so long?
Thank you, Hipster.
Thank you, Hipster. Hipster, that was and you are a gift to us all.
Oh, I'm tearing up right now. That.
Oh, there's more. Oh, wait, there's more. Oh my god.
Yeah, has anyone actually checked in on Laura after Saturday? Can she still talk? I am concerned.
Please, the voice of an angel. How can we have gone so wrong? I still can't hear donation sounds, so I'm gonna have to go back and watch the VOD.
Yes, you are.
Honey man!
That one was a regular Sneeder. Ganondorf, I'm going to need you to stay still. We got 4 minutes. I need to finish this seed.
Let's go, Trina. You got this.
Alright.
Okay, this is the first time I've actually, watched Toad swinging the sword around. Just watching his little butt stick out whenever he does it. It's so good.
I cannot wait to see the final pose. I really can't.
Get him.
Thank you, Funny Man, as well, for your $200 donation, just for being a good sport. I assume that's for Hipster. I don't know. I can't really tell. Thank you guys both. Thank both of you guys for your generous donations.
How about, and thanks for those incredible mega donos. Instead of me or Trina giving you guys recommendations of books, chat. Everybody put down your 2 favorite books for Hipster and Funny Man. Let's go. Spam the chat with books. It's the only way to end this segment.
Power of soup compels me! Ow.
Somehow it's very unsettling that Zelda is super normal right now. Because part of me is just like, why isn't she a toad?
Toadette!
Or Toadette.
Zelda Toadette.
There we go. Here they're coming. Let's go, chat. Good books.
Bruh, come on. Alright, Zelda's up. Zelda's up. I just gotta talk to her. Hello. What is your plan? Good plan. Oh, no, wrong angle. Please, come on. Stop standing between me and her. I was moving too much. Oh no. Come on, Zelda. Shoot the bow, woman!
Mood.
There we go. And game.
Hey.
Well done.
Toad
Hog
has
Trina.
saved Hyrule.
Trina's my favorite gamer now. I can't believe you timed this so well.
I cannot either. I was like, oh man, it only
Incredible.
when I'm not distracted, it only takes me 3 hours, 15 minutes to beat a scene. What will I do with the extra time? Joke's on me.
Gonna go off about books. That's what we're gonna do. Incredible. Well, we're in the last few minutes. Anything you want to say, Trina?
Thank you everyone for your donations. Thank you for giving me and Mags the chance to ramble about books and things related to books. That got a little more heavy duty than I was expecting, but it was good. This has been a really good marathon so far, and I'm excited to see more equally awesome segments.
Yeah, stick around, guys. We got Cadence of Hyrule coming up with...
Maybe. Soul Dread are up next. They might not be playing Cadence of Hyrule.
Okay, well, Solace and Dread. A couple of our very special guests. We're super excited to have them here. So, chat, we know you'll treat them well. And thank you guys. This is so fun.
His head is sticking out of the bubble. Oh no. Away we go.
Let's
Goodbye,
go, books.
Oh, Laura is in the chat. Hey, Laura, how's your voice?
Oh, Laura, we were just worrying about you.
Can you speech? Can you speech, Laura? I will save. It doesn't matter, but I will commemorate. But yeah, stick around for the next segment. Obviously, you'll get a neat video to watch in the meantime. But thank you for... Tech, are we ready to head out? I have not heard a voice in my ear.
There is no tech here.
Oh no, we're stuck. Tech, take me away when you will.
Hi, I'm Mojo, and you're watching Zeldathon Side Quest. This digital event put on by the Zeldathon team is in support of Direct Relief. You should check out Direct Relief, they're fantastic. They provide support for healthcare in all 50 United States and around the world in ordinary times and these unprecedented times. I wanted to show you a prize that I made. I knitted some dice bags that are in each prize pack has one. Colors will vary, but I wanted to show you how I make one from start to finish. I hope you enjoy. Thanks for watching my project. Thank you so much to Organics for all the help. And check out Direct Relief. Don't forget to subscribe to Super MC Gamer and donate now.
You're watching Zeldathon SideQuest, a 5-day charity gaming marathon featuring some of your favorite games benefiting Direct Relief. Direct Relief is an incredible organization that delivers medical supplies and aid to over 80 countries worldwide and all 50 states in the US of A. They're currently responding to the COVID-19 pandemic by distributing protective equipment across the globe to where it is needed most urgently. If for some reason you can't donate, of course you can help us by spreading the word. We are on pretty much every social media platform. If you want to get on the know about what's going on with the marathon, be sure to follow us on Twitter at Zeldathons and on Instagram at Zeldathon. Be sure to use the hashtag Zeldathon if you want to help spread the word of what's going on and let people know about our website at zeldathon.net. If you'd like to see hijinks that happened at previous Zeldathons, be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/Zeldathon for weekly videos from all 10 years of Zeldathon history. And if you're interested in merch, we've teamed up once again with the Yeti in order to sell some fantastic shirts for a good cause. Proceeds from every shirt that you purchase will be donated directly to Direct Relief. There are some wonderful designs that you can see out there, including Tsunami Co. Ryan's Delfino Doze, a wonderful shirt here by Artsy Rosie called Not Again, and this fantastic piece by Itsuku Natsu called Tranquil Winds. Be sure to check them out once again at zeldathon.net/store. And once again, every shirt that you purchase, some of the proceeds will be going to Direct Relief. Just another way to support the cause while still getting something a little bit fun in your mail. Hey, don't go anywhere. We'll be up with the next game soon. If you can hear this right now, stop what you're doing and type avocado in chat. Hi, and welcome to Zeldathon SideQuest. Para Español, oprima número 2. If you have a particular segment that you know the extension for, please dial it now. If you need the directory, press 0 and you'll be connected directly with a customer service representative.